Yeah, this is the Joseph one. Human Gladiator of Gozag, Quarterstaff. At least Quarterstaff is pretty decent, but finding an upgrade is gonna be painful. Um, anyway, let's switch to tiles. And we have tiles, so now I can play the game. Um, as Link. Okay, so it's as if I am fated. Well, not that I think I'll actually use it, but wow. Okay. I got a stone arrow. I got stone arrow, so I could use a stone arrow. A stone arrow is a thing that can certainly be done, and I can use to win the game. The challenge says that you can only use one spell, though. I think. Yeah, cast at most a single spell of your choice. I don't know if I um, like the idea. Yeah, I'm not so into being constrained by challenges. Um, I like using the things that the game gives me. That's why I don't like cat. Cats don't really get to use the things that the game gives them. Okay, found some boots. Let's put them on. Found a ring mail. Let's put that on as well. Yeah, I don't think we're using a launcher because now if you want to have armor class, it doesn't synergize very well with using a launcher. So I don't think that I'm going to be using a launcher. I really don't like that about the launcher rework. That's gotta be the thing that I dislike the most. It pretty much made it so that I never want to use launchers. I don't think that I've used launchers a lot since the rework because of that. If a challenge makes you uncomfortable, you'd say it's doing its job. But the thing is that starting a crawl game is already a challenge because, or at least in its own way, you use what you find and you adapt to what you find. If you are adding another restriction on top of that, I don't like it. Okay. Null band on D2. Let's go upstairs. Let's go downstairs. What are you wielding? Spear freezing. You might kill me. Yeah, that guy might kill me. Unfortunately, I already excluded the rest of the stairs, so I think that this might be it. This might be game over. Okay. Okay, it wasn't terrible. Uh, now I don't know if I can throw javelins under this. Doesn't say anything about not being able to use different kinds of weapons. It doesn't. It only says that I am not to train them, which I am not doing. So throw a javelin. Okay, we get rid of the null, which is not what I was expecting, but something that I will very much take. I will not complain about getting rid of the null. Hello, Ripophalem. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. Yeah, I'm streaming today. I was also gonna stream yesterday, but I was playing Into the Breach, and then I realized that it was time for me to stream, and but I realized too late is what I meant. When I realized it was time for me to stream, it was like 10 p.m. already. That game is pretty dangerous, I have to tell you that. I've been enjoying it a lot, a lot, a lot. It's very postly. Yeah, whoever said that I was gonna enjoy Into the Breach, that was absolutely correct because I am thoroughly enjoying it. I still haven't won, which is pretty lame because I thought that I was gonna win my first run ever of Into the Breach, but then I typoed. Well, I didn't typo. I just straight up clicked enter without taking any actions, and the game was ruined beyond repair by that one action, which is pretty understandable. Yeah, I think that Into the Breach takes a lot of the things that I like about turn-based strategy and compresses it into a small form factor that I really enjoy. Okay, that goblin with the wand of flaming is killing me. Okay, alrighty. We didn't die to the goblin, surprisingly. I can throw javelins, but I can't train throwing. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Yeah, so far so good. Fingers crossed for a Elijah tank, or for a shove with Elijah tank. Should I fight that? I think I can beat it. Yeah, we can certainly beat it. In the future, I think that I'll be streaming into the breach because I really have been enjoying it. Okay, missed 3 times. Sure. Just classic stuff. The kind of thing that happens when you're playing crawl. You throw 3 nets and you miss all 3 of the nets. We found Behemoth. So if I was not playing the challenge, I think that I would be going for Stone Arrow, but because of the challenge, I don't think that I'll be doing that. Yep. Okay, so far it's going pretty well, let me tell you. Been doing real good versus these gnolls. I partially attribute that to the fact that I started with a quarterstaff. Quarterstaffs are such a good starting weapons. Antique Armor Emporium, Bloodstained Helmet. Okay, already getting rewarded for going Gozag, even though I haven't gone Gozag yet. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Unless Eustachio kills me, which he might. Last time I died to Eustachio, I was experience level 4 or so. This time I'm level 6, so I think it should be... yeah, it shouldn't be difficult for me to beat Eustachio. Unless he does exactly what he just did, which is summon a bunch of trash and then go away. What I can do, on the other hand, is go upstairs or go downstairs myself into a safe position, fortunately, and then just whack Eustachio. That went well. Oh, I shouldn't just explore this level. I should go back to the previous one and actually explore it. Okay. I wonder how long it's gonna take me to find a Elijah tank, if I ever find one. Just like curiosity. Or Gozag, that also would be a pretty significant upgrade to this character. I'm gonna abstain from buying the helmet until I have Gozag, because I want to worship Gozag as fast as possible. Okay, for this ogre we... no, I'm not gonna bother. I think that it beats me. So this character found as Link like as the literal very first thing in the entirety of the game, and I'm not using it because it is a launcher at the end of the day, and launchers don't synergize at all with armor, which is what I'm gonna be doing today. Oof, oof. Okay, Blork the Orc with a heavy hand axe. Staves does not cross-train with axes. This might kill me. Yeah. Okay. Do you have haste? Of course you do, because every early game monster has haste. I'm very far away from the stairs. I think that I'm not gonna make it if I try to run away. The blinking from Prince Rivet was a big deal. I might be able to make it as long as Blork the Orc doesn't haste. Okay, yeah, I think we got it. That was a death trap, absolutely. And this is where the ogre is, right? On the other side of these stairs. Not really. The ogre should be over here, I think. Yeah, okay, I should skip this level. Unless this level has a temple. This might be the temple vault. This stone here might be the temple vault. If it is, and I skip it, that would be potentially disastrous. I don't know what to think. If it's the ogre, if it's a temple bolt or not. I think it is. It's just maybe unfortunate monster generation that an orc band was there. Can I use Elijah tank? I think so. Yeah, the challenge doesn't say anything about not being able to use Elijah Tank. It says that I have to train staves. You haven't found Elijah Tank in 3 days. I'll find Elijah Tank. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'll find Elijah Tank or buy one um or get it from Agnes or something. Okay, this priest might kill me. I didn't. Cool. Okay, boomerangs. Pretty good. I think we're done with the orcs. Except for Blork the Orc, which is probably a bit too much for me to take on, especially with the heavy hand axe. I wonder if monsters. I bet they don't. Um, yeah, like they must not have the issue that player characters do when it comes to using heavy weapons. As in, I don't think that they're penalized in their attack speed when they're using a heavy weapon. Mm, hmm, hmm. Okay, I think that the temple is here, but then there's this guy. My option is probably throw a net and then throw the jav. Big damage, one the flame. Okay, I felt pretty okay by you doing that with the one flame because I felt like doing that with the one flame because Blorkdir had another one. Oof. You haven't gone past the S branches. Ooh, okay, this is a bad position. I think that the only way for me to rebeat here is to use my potion of might. I'm dying. I'm absolutely dying here. Yeah, I'm probably dead. I should have retreated when Ribbit blinked away. Yeah, it's either you or me now, Prince Ribbit, and it's gonna be you. Yeah, it's gonna be you. Okay. I'm dead because of the jelly. The jelly, for some reason, stays invisible, and I have 3 HP, so I cannot melee it. I cannot throw a net at it because it cannot be netted. I don't have any hex ones. I have the Wonder Flame, but I have to hope that it doesn't deal 3 damage before I kill it, which is not gonna happen. Um, yeah, okay, it happened. That I guess that just goes to show that you should play for the out, um, and maybe that will get you the win. But I feel underwhelmed by that. I don't feel like that should have happened in the first place. Am I going to make it to the stairs? Because I feel like I messed up my movement a bit there. Favorite toy of some. Yeah, that was me not having played in a week. The game recognizes when I haven't played in a week, and it's like, okay, I gotta give this guy good RNG because otherwise he's not gonna play for another week. And I fully intended not to play for another week, so the game knew. Temple? No temple, but altars at the end, or not at the end? Oh, this guy has a +2 battle axe. I guess I cannot disengage. Ouch, it hit me really hard. Am I going to die? Okay, that was very messy. That was a festival of misses. What? Yeah, not going very well. How fast am I swinging this? I'm going to stop training at 10, and after that I'll train fighting. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's an altar somewhere here. A Kiku altar, okay. I think that's it. I think that's the only thing in there. And we don't want to go Kiku, so we're leaving that behind. Even if I was not constrained by the challenge, I would still not be going Kiku because Kiku is not my thing. Altars. Not temple, but altars. I definitely want to check them out, but I don't know if I can take on the ogre. I cannot stab it. I can maybe kill it with Wand of Flame. Maybe even with a net, but I would rather not take on that guy until I am done with the level. What's up with the stone structures today? Lots of them. Elivilon, a white tree. In tiles, these trees are white, or in console, these trees are white. In tiles, they look like normal trees, I see. The other day, I saw that there was a tiles-specific bug, and I thought that was pretty funny. Wand of Ice Blast is nice. I prefer Wand of Ice Blast over Wand of Roots. Okawaru. The challenge makes me go Gozag, right? Hold on, let me check. Gozag. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay because Gozag is actually a pretty strong god. Nemelex. 5 altars. None of which seem to be Gozag. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. So, a couple of kills away from being able to a couple of kills away from being able to buy that helmet, rendered helmet that I found. It's probably gonna be really good. Okay, Ogre. This is probably gonna be as good of a position when it comes to dealing with that specific Ogre. So I'm gonna try to net it. Took me 3 attempts. Javelin. Nope. Wand of Flame. Okay, pretty good. We got a little bit of money. And I have now enough gold to buy the helmet. Let's go do that. Go Gozag. Oh, it's a helmet of rampaging. I guess it's better than nothing, being a melee character. Those are some pretty okay spells. Well, specifically, Death Channel, I suppose. And yeah, it was a temple, but not quite. Like, so many altars. I knew that it looked suspicious. I'm just gonna tab you. I feel like I can beat you. Okay. Yeah, stupid looking hat. It's a rendered helmet. I bet that counts. I bet that counts. Also, I'm probably not gonna end the game with it. Probably by the end I'm gonna have a better hat than this. Hopefully the hat of the alchemist. Yeah, if we want the hat, that would be the hat. Okay, I have one charge of Wand of Flame. Mind Burst does not work against jellies anymore, unfortunately. Boomerangs? Okay, boomerangs got the job done. That's great. So yeah, saving up for the helmet was the correct play. I'm pretty sure. But I also got really lucky with finding Gozag so early. And I was really ready to skip the level, but not doing so at the end of the day was the correct decision. Okay, let's see if I can beat this thing. Okay. Yeah, when... oh, no, I cannot beat that. But can I Wand of Mind Burst? I can kinda. Yeah, there we go. That went well. After fighting, I'm gonna be training some evocations. Okay. Pretty good so far. Okay, that transporter bolt, I bet that it has some nasty stuff. Player Ghost, no spells, hits pretty hard, has a lot of armor class. It would be sad if that was regen, because I want regen. I think that regen vastly increases the likelihood of me winning the game if I find it early enough. But I don't want to risk going in there for regen, because I feel like those guys would beat me. What else is there over here? Pretty much a little bit of money and the amulets. Temple with probably like 3. Okay, that's really funny. Yeah, okay, this is pretty funny. I got the extremely rare one altar temple, which is I was not expecting to get a massive temple for obvious reasons. I already got a million altars in the dungeon, and it's only D6, but I got the one altar temple. And it's an altar of Kaslal too, which is, in my opinion, one of the worst gods that exist in the game, if not just straight up the worst god. It's pretty bad, and its upsides are not really that much of an upside. Yeah, like other gods do better when it comes to the upsides without the downsides. Castle needs some serious buffs. The kind of buffs that Wujian has been getting. Not that Wujian is overpowered or anything, but Wujian has been getting buffed like crazy because I don't think that a lot of people played Wujian after the change that removed the pinning a couple of years ago. Um, Quarterstaff of Chaos. Do I want that? I feel like I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I don't feel like I really shouldn't, but I'm probably gonna do it. Okay, that's actually really good. Alrighty. So what kind of buffs? Wujian gets one evasion per like when you do Heavenly Storm, you also get evasion now. That was, in my opinion, a huge change. I think there has been other stuff, but that has also been a big deal. But that's the one that I saw, and I was like, wow, that's a crazy buff to Wujian. Okay. I'm going to throw a net at you, and then I'm gonna hit you, and then I'm gonna take your cloak and your Quarterstaff of Chaos, and I'm gonna use it. And I hope that I don't turn Maggie into, I don't know, a caustic strike or something, like Particle Phase did the other day. That was pretty funny. Um, in case you don't know, Particle Phase was fighting Psyche and Gastronok at the same time, and Psyche did Chain of Chaos and turned Gastronok into a caustic strike, which was yeah, it was on like D8. Okay, can I beat you, Maggie? No, I can't. No, I can't. And I shouldn't even attempt to. Um, because that road only leads to despair. Yeah, it's a shame because I really want to, get her stuff. The acid scales and the wand of acid, pretty good stuff. But I don't think that I would be able to beat her, let alone if she happens to get buffed by chaos, which is perfectly possible. Okay, it gotta tab slowly, precisely because sometimes I can just haste things. I should have read my scrolls. Yeah. Okay, I think I might be dead here. Oh, 3. Okay, that's nice. The jack that's haste went away. I think that I'm gonna unwield the core stuff. Oh. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Looking pretty good. The potion of 3 saved my life here once again. Well, I guess I should not steal. I should not be so confident that I'm gonna win. At least not just yet. But yeah, pretty lucky potion. Evocations now, as I said before. And okay, we're good now. Let me read my scrolls for real this time before I end up dying in a horrendous way and perfectly avoidable too. Okay, one of those guys has a Wand of Ice Blast, and I think it's the priest. Yeah, that's definitely good enough reason for me to use my own Wand of Ice Blast. Okay, lots of charges of it. That's definitely gonna help me. Enchant weapon. Ooh, okay. I could pretty much max the Quarterstaff of Chaos. I'm probably not gonna do it. Um, I would rather save some for the future Laja tank. Okay, we finally found Identify. Should have started reading my scrolls much earlier. Let's see if we can find Blinking. Okay, we found Summoning, which is kind of a big deal. That's a pretty strong thing to have access to. The +3 letter is better than what I have. Gives me slightly more armor class. Steam Dragon. Let's see. Pretty good. Pretty good so far. Apart from, all those situations where I've been very close to dying. I wonder if I can Mind Burst you. 76. That's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I can even... can you pull me forward, though, with your Mesmerize? No, you can't. At least not that it says so there. Like, let's see about... yeah, about Silence Song. I don't know what's the difference between this and Mesmerize. I am worried about them being the same thing because I know that Merfolk Sirens and Avatars can pull you towards them, but I don't know if other Mesmerize monsters can also pull you towards them. If she can pull me towards her, then using Scroll of Poison would be a death sentence, so I don't really want to do that. But I do want to fight her because I think that I would be able to beat her. I'm at full HP, she's at the edge of the screen. Yeah, she has Acid Wand. That's the worrisome part. But I have Wand of Mind Burst, so it's not like I don't have the same firepower. And I also have more HP than her, though. Yeah, she has 60. I have 85. So I feel like I beat her. Wand of Mind Burst too. And I've been training a little bit of evocations. I have 3 evocations. The correct thing to do is to just leave, but I am going to try to kill her. Okay, Bolt of Fire, that's fine. One more. There we go. Your evocation's skill gains 2 levels, and I gain acid scales. And also, she had a Morningstar Flaming, which I could theoretically use because it cross-trains with staves, but probably not gonna do it. Yeah, probably not gonna do it. Okay. The game tends to give me Laja tanks quite frequently. Whenever I do receive a Laja tank, I usually end up winning with it, so it would be nice if today I was to get a Laja tank. We shall see what happens. By the way, I also picked up the acid scales, but I don't think I put them on. Or, no, I did. It's just that they provide me the same protection as +3 letter armor. It's fine because they give me resistance to corrosion. Which, yeah, it's gonna be nice if I find another jelly or if something polymorphs into a caustic strike. Well, not really. Like, if something polymorphs into a caustic strike, I would die whether or not I had resistance to corrosion. Heavy flail. No, of course not. Can whites generate with quarter staves? I don't think so. Like, I don't remember getting a staff out of one of these guys. They get pretty good weapons, but I don't think that they get quarter staves. Okay, this is pretty bad. I don't have willpower for Erolcha, 48%. Thinking about how I want to do these. I think the correct thing to do is to just read a scroll of butterflies, apparently, and have all my butterflies beat Erolcha. With a bit of luck, of course. I wish I could hit her right now to support my dudes, but yeah, I don't have anything that's a smite targeted. Oh, she went invisible. That already beats all of them. So I guess I gotta use them as butterflies. It's a shame because I think with the high amount of dudes that I got, I would have been able to beat her. But yeah, the correct thing to do is to skip the level. Butterflies with polearms. Mm. Oh, that guy turned into a melee. That's yeah, that's a reminder of the dangers of using Chaos Brand. I would not really want to do it because you know, I don't like dying spontaneously like that. But I felt like I should take the upgrade, so I did. Mm, I hope that the so-called upgrade doesn't end up killing me. Um, I was gonna use Mind Burst, but I think Ice Blast is what I should use instead because I have so many charges of Ice Blast and so little charges of Mind Burst. Scrolls of Identify have been luxury today. Not abundant at all. Okay. Yeah, I used a Wand of Acid here to soften them up a bit. I don't really want to melee them a million times with the Chaos Quarterstaff. Mm. And I would love to find a brand weapon or so to rebrand it into a brand that won't kill me. Ice Blast. Now I have 19 charges. Been finding a lot of those. Pretty good decision to train evocations. I think that after this, the next thing to train is going to be armor. A nice thing about being a human is that I don't have any armor restrictions like Ogre, so I can actually use whatever I find. Ooh, globes. Talking about using whatever I find. Bolt of fire. Oh, that's pretty rude, Mr. Efreet. I wish I had some source of fire resistance. But what I do have is Ice Blast, and unfortunately for you, I've been training evocations, so it literally just one-shots the Efreet. Hello, Prince Cosmo. Thank you for stopping by and good to see you around. I am playing Crawl today, and this must be the entrance to Lair or Orc. Okay, it's the entrance to Lair. Yeah, I was not feeling so great about going all the way down to the 11 because we got the Ice Cave, but it was fine. Okay, do I have Immolation? I do. Okay. It's a pretty big deal. I will wait one turn here. Okay, I will wait a second turn. Okay, now I will read Immolation.
My wife still doesn't believe in me!
And now Ice Blast? It deals physical damage. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to see. Alright. Mr. Scott-Free, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the support. I hope that you have been enjoying my crawl content. I will put on my Ring of Ice here because I don't want to be weak to cold. Acid. Barely does any damage. Oh, I killed the Freezing Ray. That's crazy. I thought that we were going to be done. Oh, Ice Scales. I want those. Also want the money, of course, and the ring. Better rest to full HP. Yeah, we have some pretty good stuff. Glad Crawl is back. Yeah. I will. I don't think that I'll ever stop streaming Crawl. I will. I would like to stream other stuff as well, but other stuff doesn't really work. Oh, the Elephant Simulacrum is too large for the net to hold. That's delightful. Fortunately, it doesn't hit me that hard, and I get the kill and the net back. Okay, now I have 3 pips of cold resistance, 2 pips of weakness to fire. Obviously, once I get out of here, I'll go back to what I had before. But for the Ice Cave, I don't think that using gear that gives me 3 pips of cold resistance is a bad idea. It might allow me to do this easily. Well, maybe not so easily, but you know what I mean. Is there an... I don't think there's gonna be... Like, I don't think it's gonna be worth it. Do I have invisibility? Because invisibility would be helpful here. I think I did, but not anymore. I don't know if I can pull the statues towards me with Potion of Attraction. I guess it's time for me to find out. Yeah. Today we're gonna do a funny experiment where I see if attraction works on status. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's a shame because, well, it would be pretty good right about now. The statues themselves are not dealing that much damage, but the thing is that it's three of them. Okay. Was something that I needed to know. I don't think that I had ever tried to do that. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about not being able to pull statues. I'm gonna use my one potion of haste for this. Wow, this already is awful. Should I just run past the statues and go for the one in the middle? What I should do actually is take advantage of the fact that I have Rampaging. Okay, two Anaconda Simulacra. That's probably a good reason to get out of here and not spend any more resources trying to do this, because this is horrendous. I don't like this specific ice cave. Three ice statues is way too much for this point in the game. I wonder if I'm gonna be leaving behind some like really cool loot by just saying no here. But I think I have to do it. I already got some pretty okay stuff. I got ice scales. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I have decided that I'm not doing that. Searching for blinking before I start reading identify. I would obviously like acquirements because Gozag worshipper and I need a Elijah tank. But I cannot really afford to destroy my scroll blinking, considering that the only scrolls that I have are one-offs. So if I was to read identify blinking, that would mean that I would have no blinking, and that's the kind of thing that kills you, literally kills you. Pretty good so far. You know what I should do before or after getting 10 armor? I should get me delay on staves. Um, I kind of want to reposition, but I feel like if I start moving now, I'm probably gonna die. By the way, that Centaur Warrior had a longbow of draining. That's a pretty crazy strong thing for the game to give me so early. What does the challenge say about training launchers now that slings as a skill no longer exists? Yeah, I'm curious about that because that could be a path to victory that doesn't entail me finding a Elijah tank. Um, do you like unskilled slings? A sling would be nice just so I could pick up the statues. Oh yeah, it would have been pretty good. And I even had a sling too. It was literally the first thing that I found in the entirety of the game, but I dropped it because I don't like how it gets all messed up um, by by armor weight, you know. Mm. Katoble Pass is the first thing that I find in Lure. Katoble Pass banned, actually. Yeah, really nasty. Fortunately, it doesn't really synergize. Maybe I should just go downstairs. I wonder if this is intentionally generated like this, so that you can go downstairs. Okay, I'm gonna die. Am I going to die? I could read teleports. I can also do this and then do this. I can't believe that I actually was able to go downstairs. We take those. I don't have fire resistance, so the volcano is gonna be pretty sketchy. Oh, okay, I might be dead here. Yeah, that's pretty rude because I have no indication of this being a thing that could happen. Yeah, I might be super dead here. Oh, okay. That's gotta be the swamp entrance. I'm really scared of the Hydra. You don't know how we are gonna do this. I'm also scared of the swamp worms. They're gonna break past the plants. Mm. Okay, you know what? I have Wand of Acid for situations like these. Um, yeah, I think I have to use Wand of Acid right now on the Hydra. The Hydra still hasn't gotten corroded. It is almost dead. I'm gonna try to melee it. It dies, fortunately. I berserk the Swamp Worm. That would have been pretty bad had it not been almost dead. Okay, Swamp Worm number 2 is something that I can actually beat. Mm. Yeah, I got lucky. Not a few times. I've been getting lucky a million times so far. I can train ranged weapons. That means that I can use a longbow to win the game. I will keep that in mind. I don't really like using launchers, but it's really early in the game and it is really, really strong, so maybe I should go for it. I also don't really have that heavy of an armor. Acid Chaos is not even that, it's not that heavy in combat rating of 5, so it wouldn't mess up my attack speed that much. Alright, I'll do it, I'll do it. Or will I? I feel like if I am going to do it, I should do it now because training for a longbow is really expensive. I think that it hits Mindalay at like 22. Yeah, 22. 4.8 experience levels. So by the time that I am experience level 17, I would have Mindalay if I start training for it right now. So it would take me quite a while. It would be by the time I get my first room, pretty much. But it is a pretty solid weapon. However, can I get to that point while swinging the quarterstaff at 0.8 delay? Because I could have min delay with the quarterstaff. Oh, I should also search for that volcano thing, because maybe that has a Laya tank. That's definitely a possibility. Let's go over here. Okay, fingers crossed. Everyone cross your fingers for a Laya tank of flaming here. If we get it, then I'm not gonna do the ranged weapons thing. On the other hand, I am already carrying the longbow, so I'm gonna wield it and shoot it. Yeah, I'm shooting it really, really slowly, but it certainly is a way to get rid of stuff. It is like this link. Oh, ouch. That's a lot of dudes. Fortunately, it's a lot of dudes that are not gonna chase after me. So I can just retreat and heal to full HP. And rinse and repeat until we get rid of everything. Ouch. You know, this reminds me of Hellion Island. It's in the sense that it is full of monsters that are difficult to reach that deal a lot of damage to you. Okay, gotta retreat a little bit. So far, so good. That's 2 of them. I don't want to deal with 2 of them, only 1 at a time, because 2 of them really hurts me. But yeah, it's been going well. Alrighty. I have 1500 gold now. It's a lot of money. I should maybe ask for a shop after I'm out of here to see if we can get a Laya tank or so. Okay. You know, from this volcano, that's like not even consideration when it comes to the difficulty. This is the difficult part. Oof, it's ogres. With a bit of luck, we're gonna get a weapon. Oh, you know what? I messed up. Because with what I have right now, it would have been great for me to carry around Ring of Light. and I had one. I could have done the good old railbird strategy of just floating over lava and cheesing monsters with a launcher. But I cannot do that because unfortunately I didn't carry the ring of flying. So I'm gonna have to deal with you the good old way by throwing Curare and meleeing you and hoping that you don't get like hasted or something. Okay, that went okay. That went fine. There are more of fire resistance. I think that now that we have gotten to this point, it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't put it on. But what is this? Invisibility? Okay. There's more loot still, but unfortunately, it might be pretty difficult for me to get to the loot. Oh, I have file floats. Let's do that right now. Wow, that's pretty messed up, but it didn't hit me that hard at least. Yeah, it could have been way worse. I wish I had a corridor. Yeah, I think that the ideal position to be fighting on is this one. With a corridor, I would feel more confident when it comes to dealing with these guys. I might be dead. Yeah, I don't have heal wounds. Only one heal wounds in the entirety of the game. Oh wow, they didn't move. Oh, it's because they attack slowly. Alrighty, pretty good teleport. Close to the entrance, and I don't have fire resistance, so I gotta retreat all the way to the exit to heal to full HP for safety reasons. This has been pretty bad so far, but not impossible and not the worst thing ever. I'm not a cat, at least. Yeah, imagine a cat. With a cat, I wouldn't have been able to use this excellent longbow that I found. Oh, hold on. I might have some issues killing this thing. How much armor do you have? Quite a bit. I'm gonna try to use acid. I should melee it. Okay, it's killing me. I'm gonna use acid until it dies. Alrighty. Yeah, classic volcano monsters, two-head ogres. Alrighty. The Kirare has been extremely helpful. Kirare is a pretty good way to kill ogres specifically because they don't have a lot of evasion and they are yeah, they're vulnerable to the poison. I wish I had the file of floats, but I don't have it anymore. It should absolutely leave or use potion petition. That's another thing that I have access to. Haste and heal wounds. Well, all three options have heal wounds, and I don't need heal wounds, but I do need haste, so give me haste. Okay, we killed the ogre mage with acid. Now we're gonna use ice blast. Killing the ogre mage was kind of my priority, and I think that I can finish off this guy with melee. Imagine this guy beating me. I'm hasted and I was at full HP, and this guy is like at no HP, but it is beating me. At least I'm hasted, so I can just walk away and use Ice Blast. Yeah, that was kinda absurd. Lots of flaming gear, but no Laya tanks of flaming yet. I can still get lucky with them. There's still hopes and possibilities for a Laya tank of flaming. I think I also saw a glaive of flaming, which I could theoretically use through cross training. I can't believe it. Is that it? Hmm. I mean, it's not bad gear by any means. It's just that the challenge makes it so that I cannot use those things. No Ledger Tango flaming. It's fine. Let's get out of here. Probably never gonna be using the glaive of flaming because in order to get min delay on that, it would take me effectively forever um, through cross training alone. Fine, he says fighting back tears. Yeah, I shouldn't really expect that much from the portal bolts. The portal bolts are seldom really great except for Veilis. Okay. Yeah, I would love to use this, but I can't. Now that's a good weapon. That's the kind of thing that if you find it and you're struggling with your weapon, which I kind of am right now, that's the kind of thing that you should use. Related to my most recent non-gameplay video on YouTube. Um, yeah. So, looking at my Rift Wizard videos on YouTube the other day, I realized that I have no Rift Wizard video about my favorite summon build in Rift Wizard. The one that summons, I think it's called Nightly Oath or something. The one that summons a bunch of knights. I like that one because the knights just like you can make them immune to some levels. So you just cast the spell once and then hide, and the knights literally take care of the entirety of the level, being literally unkillable. Um, yeah, the challenge lets me use the axe. I can even like actually wield it, but it doesn't cross train with pole arms or with staves, unfortunately. So I cannot really use it. Which is pretty lame because I also had like a +6 heavy broad axe or something. Um, oh, heavy hand axe. Hmm. It would be great if I found a couple more scrolls of identify. You know what? I should have gone upstairs. Yeah, I should not be fighting that. I'm not powerful enough to deal with those guys. It's not like I am in a terrible spot or anything, but I'm not powerful enough to deal with two bands in the open. Maybe in a corridor I would be able to. Mm, yeah, there's a lot of trash in this level. I maybe should skip it. I'll skip it. By the way, now that I have a file of lots, I can go kill Erolcha. I just have to hit her with the file of lots, and she should die. Oh, one of them is mighty. Okay, that's a pretty bad thing to be in the receiving end of. Evoke blink on the axe. Big brain techniques. Shouts to Ripophalem, because if you hadn't mentioned the thing with the axe, I wouldn't have even kept it in mind. Gonna do it again. Riveting crawl experience. I think that I should be able to tap them down. I didn't feel so confident, however, because they were all bunched up. Oh, Arbalest. What's what's better? What's better between the Arbalest is definitely cheaper to train for, but the longbow is branded. How fast am I attacking with it? 1.2. Arbalest for sure. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking too. Like the Arbalest might actually be better, but the longbow I can attack with it faster. Um, Certainly messing up this Hydra. Okay. I thought that the chances of hydras to generate in there were lower nowadays. But I found like 4 already. Okay, please no attacks of opportunity. Thank you. I wonder if it would be too broken if monsters hit you 100% of the time with attacks of opportunity, but they dealt less damage. So you don't have the feeling of, oh, I got really lucky because I walked away from a monster for like 7 turns that it didn't hit me with an attack of opportunity even once. Which in general, that kind of feeling is not a feeling that I enjoy in my video games as a whole. I like them to be very deterministic and fair, and attacks of opportunity can be pretty unfair. Not that they are pretty unfair, but they can be pretty unfair if they happen like 4 or 5 times in a row and then you just like explode. Um, Having access to these acts of blinking is actually such a strong ability. Um, Even if I'm not using it to attack, wielding it and blinking is just like super powerful. That's crazy. The power of blinking. I think that I can do it like almost endlessly. To like I can just switch to my launcher, um, attack a little bit with it, and then switch to my axe, blink away, and blink away until I get to somewhere good. You know, not next to the things that I'm trying to blink away from, and then just rinse and repeat. This is horrendous gameplay, but it is certainly something. It is probably the best thing that I have access to at this point in the game. Hey, nice axe. Yes, it is a nice axe indeed. I wish I could use it, but unfortunately, the challenge that I'm doing right now prevents me from doing so. We have already found quite a bit of things that fit that criteria of it's great, but the challenge says no, so I'm not using it. The longbow is or I thought the longbow was gonna be that, but turns out that you can train ranged weapons under the challenge, so it's nice. Mm. Yeah, the cosplay challenge. Roga, if you're still here, can you please explain? Because I don't know about the cosplay challenge. But Roga organizes it, so Roga will be able to tell you better than I will. Let's go upstairs. Oh, yeah, let's go upstairs. Oh, look at that. I walked into a bunch of elephants. Let's read the reports. Let's try to not die. Pretty good. I was able to teleport and then went upstairs. I like it. Okay. Let's try to go downstairs. Okay, the longbow is dealing some pretty big boy damage. Um, it's been pretty good when it comes to killing things. I would say that it's been going well so far. Definitely no complaints. I have enough, or I have 5 slots back, so I'm gonna go to the level that has it ultra. Which one is it? The game says it's D9, so let's go to D9. Oh, Hydra, another Hydra. Been getting lots of them. Very bad blink, please don't. Okay, gotta kill the Hydra, or else. Tried to kill it with a launcher, it wasn't happening, so we just use Size Blast. That gets the job done. I think I dove entirely past Lure 1, yeah, because of that Catole Pass. Pretty annoying. Gonna read the scrolls because I really wanted to find blinking. Okay, that's a huge deal because now I feel free to read, identify all of my other scrolls. Um, as you can see, I only have 2 blinkings, so they are pretty valuable. I haven't read identified the scroll since I found identify because of wanting to preserve scrolls of blinking. Okay, now I feel like I can tap down these jacks, at least unless the Catolipas turns around the corner. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear, so let's go to D9 and find the Rolcha. And I'm pretty sure I'll be able to kill her. Yes, I don't feel threatened by her in excess. Okay, we found the orc entrance too. That's pretty good. Mm. Okay, I was thinking on whether or not I should be using the longbow or the quarterstaff of chaos for the orc warrior. And I decided to use the quarterstaff of chaos. As you can see, it hasn't really heavily punished me so far, even though I did berserk 1B. It wasn't the end of the world. Erolcha, okay. I'm not at full HP, but I don't particularly feel like I need to, because she has no spells anymore. Alright, you had a row of fire resistance. I could have used that earlier. Berserk. Berserk Erolcha I would have blinked away from. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, 9 strength happens to be a pretty good thing. So I'm gonna put that on. I'll sacrifice one armor class for 9 strength. What if I put this on as well? I wonder how much that messes up my attack speed with the longbow. It says 1.2. I wonder how much I had before. Okay, without the chainmail, I would have 1.0. I think it's probably not fine actually. 1513 versus 1910. 1513 versus 1910. Yeah, okay. The attack delay penalty is the deal breaker. Because of the attack delay penalty, I will not use the chainmail. Okay, I'm glad that I went back and did that because the cloak that we got, like 9 strength, is a pretty huge increase in damage. If I get a heavy Laya tank or something like that, it would be absolutely obscene damage, the 9 strength. So it would be cool if it happened, because I will have a switch in the form of the longbow. So heavy Laya tank plus longbow or arbalest or whatever sounds pretty cool to me. Yeah, okay, now I'm feeling really strong. And I did say that I could read identify all of my scrolls, so let's go ahead and follow my own advice. We got Silence, and Boon, and Torment. Brand Weapon, okay, goodbye Quarterstaff of Chaos. Hello Quarterstaff, Heavy Quarterstaff. That's a pretty substantial damage increase at the cost of attack delay. I will train this to 14, at least for now, and we will be training staves. Yeah, okay, that's not terrible. Not terrible. I still don't want to enchant it for obvious reasons. Acquirement? Amnesia. Okay. So no acquirements yet. It's fine. We got Irradiate. Not that it really matters, being that I cannot really use it. Okay, Heavy Quarterstaff. Using this scares me a bit when it comes to the Boulder Beetle. Yeah, it could be really bad. I could take a ton of damage. Fortunately, it does not happen. We find a Ring of Strength. It increases my damage a bit. Yep. I want a Laya tank. I really want a Laya tank. Imagine if that would have been a heavy Laya tank instead of a Quarterstaff. Hmm. Oh yeah, I remember that core staves have a min attack delay of 0.6, so if you multiply that by 50% is 0.9. That's not terrible. It's actually pretty decent. Mm. I was gonna say that this is pretty much like that heavy flail that I was using the other day when I was trying heavy brand, but it is actually better precisely because it makes me attack under 1.0 attack speed once I have min delay on it. That's the reason why I am training for min delay on it now. Mm, I think that once I start facing things that actually have armor class, not lair denizens, I will switch to the arbalest. I think for the lair denizens, the longbow is better. Because after all, the longbow does drain, so yeah. But long term, the arbalest must be better. Lots of hydras. Lots and lots of hydras. That's really bad. Okay, we're reading teleports. Fortunately, have a ton of them. This is the end of Lair. I should... Am I done with Lair? Seriously? It felt somewhat quick. Okay. Yeah, sure. Game says I'm done with Lair after this. Maybe I shouldn't do this at all. Maybe I should just like skip it because Lair 5 can be pretty difficult nowadays. Do I have digging? Because digging would be pretty useful right about now. Doesn't really seem to be the case. My heavy core staff is keeping these guys at bay without me taking massive amounts of damage. I got my first 3,000 gold from Gozag, pretty good. I'll try to end the game with 10,000 gold as the challenge requests me to do. But I cannot make any promises. I might end up bribing a bit too much or asking for too many potion petitions and such. So I said earlier when I was in the volcano that I maybe should ask for some shops, and I didn't really do it, but it's okay that I didn't do it because I got some pretty good upgrades for my character without doing that. It's pretty nice. Mm. So unfortunately, heavy is the worst brand for a highly enchanted weapon because since it makes your weapon attacks slower, those don't take as much advantage of a highly enchanted weapon. I'll melee you. Oh boy, for a second it was getting pretty scary. It was hitting me kinda hard. But at least I was able to beat it. Good to know that being at full HP is enough to beat a 5-headed Hydra with my character. Yeah, I cannot stress how much of an upgrade a Leviathan would be for this character, because bigger base strength is bigger base, or like yeah, big base damage synergizes a lot with bigger base strength. Or I'm thinking specifically about a heavy Laja tank, which does have more base, much more base damage than heavy core stuff. 16 base versus 10 base for the core stuff. Mm. Very, very tempted to read a teleport, so let's just do that. And I think that I'm actually gonna get out of here because, yeah, I don't like how easily that went down the drain. Please don't hit me. Please jump away or something. Alrighty. Oof. Let's go do Orc. Now let's do Mordi. So I think that we have gotten to the point where it might be a good idea for me to use the Arbalest as my main weapon. It is obviously not as fast as a Arbalest or as a longbow is, but it hits pretty hard. And when you get to the point in the game where monsters start having armor class like that gargoyle, the longbow is not gonna deal damage, but the Arbalest is going to deal damage. I wonder if you can get heavy on launchers, or if it's something specific to artifacts. Because I know that Sniper gets heavy brand now. Yeah, plus 27 heavy crossbow sniper with heavy brand. Base damage 23. Damage rating 100. That's pretty funny. Current attack delay 2.7, so yeah. In the hypothetical case that I find that item, I don't think that I would be able to use it because it's really, really slow to shoot with that. Since it has 100% accuracy, that's a really nice thing, but yeah, pretty scary thing to use. On the other hand, it's very deterministic, and I do like my things to be deterministic whenever possible in a game as random as this one. I have never used a sniper, actually. Yeah, not even once. Okay, I have a lot of scrolls of enchant armor. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing with them. I hope that I get some, like a good reason to put them on the ice scales that I already have. The main reason why I haven't is because I don't have fire resistance. So finding something that has 2 or 3 pips of fire resistance would be a big deal for the power level of my character. Okay. The centaurs killed the vampire for me. The centaurs are also killing me. Okay. I have an amulet of reflection that I do not want. I would very much prefer to have regen, of course. Oh yeah, I got slowed from the cloak. Yeah, I didn't even comment on it, but slow is really bad. Well, on the other hand, 9 strength is super busted, especially with a heavy weapon. I'll pick this up. I have grown to warm up when it comes to scrolls of vulnerability. I have started to really, really appreciate scrolls of vulnerability. Okay, I have min delay for the quarterstaff. And if I have min delay for a quarterstaff, I also have min delay for a Laja tank if I find one. So that's gonna be nice. Fingers crossed for me to find Agnes in D15 or so. And then be able to kill her, because finding her can be as much of a blessing as it can be a curse if you cannot kill her. Okay. I didn't really feel like I was in danger there, even though the guy was hitting me pretty hard, because it was also getting hit pretty hard in return. Okay. Eye of Devastation. Ooh, that hit me pretty hard. And again, are you just gonna do it every time or so? Maybe. 6% chance to dodge. How hard can you hit? 3 dice of 20, right? You could theoretically kill me next turn. Are you going to do so? You could. Let's see if we can get some heal wounds and curing. Very expensive, but can you really put a price on health? Alrighty. It was a shapeshifter that stayed as an Eye of Devastation for awkwardly long, but we were able to kill it. Yeah, so far this hasn't been so terrible. Not that I was thinking it was gonna be terrible or anything, but yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by how well it has been going. I didn't even remember, but I have a Ring of Poison resistance equipped, I guess it's time for me to replace it with a Ring of Evasion. We got to the point in the game where poison is not gonna be that much of a factor anymore. This is the entrance to bolts. We are not gonna be doing that yet because it might have wizards and other really nasty monsters. Staff of Fair. Unfortunately, that's so far my best source of resistance to electricity, so I have to carry it. Okay, immediately upon entering, Orc, we find a warlord. You just stepped into the poison like it's nothing. That's kinda worrisome. Okay, I think that what I'm going to do is re-immolation here. I don't think the rest of his guys are gonna step into the poison. If I get hit by one explosion at full HP, I would be perfectly fine. But I don't think that I'm gonna be at 1 HP or at full HP for very long. So let's see how this goes. Yep. Okay, I put on the poison resistance so I could switch into my axe and blink away, which put me in a really, really good spot. I think this is going extremely well for me.
My wife still doesn't believe in me.
Ja no tenia mi shriek.
Poncho, thank you for the 13 months of support. That's kind of crazy, 13 months. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your Shrek. I don't think there's a lot of people that subscribe to my channel for the emotes. When I started making YouTube, I considered it to be a priority to have like good emotes. I never really had the ability to commission them. In fact, only one of them that I have is commissioned. But I still like have a couple of emotes that I edited myself. I didn't make any of them from scratch myself, but I did edit a couple of them. And yeah, I don't really see a lot of people using them, but it's perfectly fine because I don't even use them myself that much. That's part of the reason why I want to move away from Twitch, because I feel like I am kind of free from the Twitch culture. The site is, I suspect, very intentionally designed in such a way that it is that like using it gives you incentive to not stop using it, if that makes sense. Like what I mean is by using the site and receiving gift subs and maybe getting subscriptions yourself, and then going to a competitor, you don't have the things that you have on Twitch. That kind of thing can be very much a turn off for people trying to escape Twitch. Nice Morrigan emote. Oh, Max. Yeah, pretty good. I've never subbed to Max, even though I think that I've mentioned it before, but the reason why I have a Twitch account in the first place is because I made it so I could follow Max on Twitch. I think that when he started doing Twitch, he was like, hey, I have Twitch now. And I was like, okay, I want to support Max, so I'm gonna make a Twitch account and follow Max because I think that does good things for Max. But in Twitch, followers are not like YouTube subscribers. Twitch followers are just like for your convenience instead of for like big number good. So far so good, yeah. This hasn't been so difficult. I think that we have a pretty good character going. This is also an orc ending that is not horrendous. It's not the easiest orc ending, but it's also not terrible. 15 fighting. I need a little bit of extra HP. Let's get Max to play some Crawl. He's been liking Vampire Survivors. I feel like I don't think Max would like a turn-based game like this. I don't really remember Max playing a lot of turn-based games, which is funny enough because I think his favorite game of all time is like what is this thing called? His favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy VII, which is a turn-based game, but he doesn't play a lot of other turn-based games. Anyway, already cancelled. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I am playing Crawl, as you can see, and I suspect that you also play Crawl because otherwise I don't think you would have raided me. So yeah, how was your stream going? In case any of you who are here from the stream don't know about Crawl, it's a pretty good game, um, pretty good roguelike. Amazing design philosophy, in my opinion. A lot of games should get more from Crawl. Um, it should inspire more games, is what I'm trying to say. The same way that NetHack inspired a ton of games back in the day, Crawl should do in these modern times. At the very least, it inspired Rift Wizard, and I've really enjoyed Rift Wizard. So maybe more games like that would be cool. You were playing Hades, but you played a lot of Crawl back in the day. You should try modern Crawl. It's changed a lot in the last couple of years. Pretty much since 0.26 with the monster weapon attack delay changes, and 0.25 with the positional magic changes. Those have been changes that have been extremely polemic. They've generated a lot of controversy in the player base, but I think that overall they've been changes that have been good for the game. Monster weapon attack they messed up melee for quite a while, but it's getting much better now. Melee characters are on their way to being are on their way back to being pretty decent again. Very well exemplified by this character actually, because this is not like an extraordinary character. It's a human fighter, but it's been going well. I've not encountered a lot of issues when it comes to killing things in the early game. I think those are the things that I want. Maybe resistance as well. And the last keyring. After all, I'm with Gozag, so I can just buy whatever I want. Okay, let me drop these throwables that I'm not gonna use anymore. So Hades. I tried Hades, but the isometric view and how frantic it is made it very much not my thing. But I did try a fair amount. I don't think that I ever played it on stream, or if I did, I may have only done it once. But yeah, I think that the games that that studio does, or rather, I wish that they appeal to me because they don't look like something that I would like to play. But on the other hand, they have some things that I would like to play, that I would like to experience in those games. But the isometric view always makes me not want to play them. I don't like anything with isometric view pretty much. When it comes to things with isometric view, I would prefer top-down view. That combined with how frantic Hades is and the explosions and stuff, it's pretty cluttered in my opinion. So yeah, never really got into Hades because of that. What are you doing? You have a pretty good armor. Unfortunately, I'm using launchers, because if I was not using this arbalest or the longbow, I would love to enchant that plate of willpower. Okay. You don't have poison resistance, I'm gonna go for the curare. It misses. It poisons, okay, pretty good. Let's try to tap down the warlord. I should maybe use the longbow actually to drain it. Oh, I have charming. And here I was thinking how it would be nice to be able to charm the guy, but the willpower brand on the plate makes it impossible for me to do such a thing. It's fine. Yeah, killing this guy is probably gonna be among the most difficult things that this character will have to deal with here, if not just a straight up the most difficult thing. It's already about to go down, however. The first warlord that I killed was much easier to deal with because when the way that I did it was just like scroll of poison plus immolation. I don't think that I can do the same thing versus this one. It's pretty hurt, however. Okay, I think that I'll go for poison. Still poison resistant. It's standing on the poison. Okay, yeah, they're pretty much all dead. Let me switch to my Arbalest and start shooting them down. Mm, mm, getting hurt a lot. Gonna read another teleport, but at least the Warlord is already dead, so once I come back to these guys, it's gonna be much easier to deal with them. Never got into any Diablo. I played Diablo 1 and I started playing Diablo 2, but I quit very, very early into the game because it went the opposite way of what I wanted in the game. I played Diablo 1 and I didn't die even once. Um, I went at it as if it was a roguelike, even though it is not. I'm gonna buy the helmet and the scarf. No, the scarf is not gonna be better than what I have. What I have is really, really good. It's a +1 helmet. I'll get it. I'll put it on. I don't like rampaging. Yeah, there's the story about Diablo almost being a roguelike. I know about that one. At the very beginning, it was turn-based, and then someone made it into, or like the developer, the main developer made it into not turn-based, and he was astonished by that, so he went with it, and everyone loved it. Um, so we got Skull Crusher. Of course, I cannot use that. Okay, we got an upgrade for my Arbalest. Goodbye, +0 Arbalest. Hello, +2 Arbalest of Flaming. Little bit of an upgrade. Gozag is so nice, such a strong god. Okay, so far I feel like we are doing pretty well with this character. Let's go do the rest of the dungeon. Did I finish Lair? I didn't finish Lair. Yeah, okay. I'll do that probably after D15. Skeletal Warriors. Pretty spooky. The unfortunate part is that one had a pole arm, so it was very difficult for it to actually get over to me. Oh, these two have pole arms. That's, yeah, I don't want to do that. I wonder if they were the band of this guy. Maybe. Maybe they were the band of this guy. Um, yeah, I think it's fine. Let it hit me with attacks of opportunity. That's what I was talking about there. I feel like this is an awful bolt that I should probably not mess with. It's definitely looking like that. So I'm gonna follow my instinct and try not to mess with it as much as possible. Something annoying about that is that whenever there's something like that in a level that you should obviously stay away from, it can be pretty difficult to actually do so. You might give in to the temptation of just out exploring. Okay, I got a +3 longbow. With it being a fast weapon, the enchantment is something that I value slightly higher than the draining brand. Also, like, I am carrying a million different weapons, right? I won't have enough scrolls of enchant weapon to enchant everything. Might as well go for the most highly enchanted weapons. And whenever I find brand weapon, just like brand those. And as I suspected, yep, this looks like a pretty awful assortment of enemies. We are gonna re-teleport and hope that I don't die. Pretty good. I should skip this level. Unfortunately, I cannot do it yet. Acquirement? Fogo. Okay, that's nice too. I'm gonna go around as much as I can. Maybe I can actually find the downstairs, and I do. Okay. Oh, D15 gauntlet. That's nice. Magic mapping. So yeah, in case you haven't played in a while, one of the most noticeable changes of Crawl in recent times is the complete removal of ammunition. Yeah, so now launchers do not have any ammunition minigame to worry about. But on the other hand, launchers also shoot very slow if you're wearing heavy armor. They also scale their damage with dexterity instead of strength. So my 29 strength right now doesn't really do anything for my launchers. Only my 20 dexterity does. Okay, I got to the gauntlet. What is this? What a flame. I'll leave it on the floor. Let's see what we got in this gauntlet. Maybe we get something good. Fingers crossed. I already saw some good stuff. Rendered robe, rendered helmet, rendered ring. Laya tanks? No Laya tanks. I think the rendered ring is the most important thing because my rings are not good. What is this? Please be the helmet. Ah, it's the robe. I think that I'll go for the ring because it also has an amulet that could be regen. It doesn't look impossible. I wish I had some fire resistance though for this, which, yeah, that's gonna be slightly annoying. Not too bad though. Yeah, not too bad. Alright, let's go in. This is not going well at all. I'm taking too much damage. Maybe I should have used Potion Petition for like resistance or so. Haste and resistance would have been great earlier. I mean, this is still great, but should have done it better. What's the biggest threat to me at the moment? This room. Yeah, the character is lacking quite a lot. These resistances that you're seeing right now are with the potion of resistance, so I pretty much don't have any resistances. I also don't have a lot of damage output or tankiness, so the character is lacking a lot of things. Okay, it is not the end of the world, however. It's not doing terribly, but it could be much better. That's a pretty good rove. Unfortunately, it is a rove, so it might be impossible for me to use it. It's probably better to carry around that compared to the Staff of Air. Oh, I can drop the Potions of Degen. Okay, how are we going to do this? I think that I'm gonna wield the War Axe, go in, Read Immolation. Blink away. Blink into a worse spot. Blink away. Okay, that's decent. It's not great, but it is certainly decent. A Scroll Fear would be great here. Explosions would kill me. I think that I'll use Resistance again. Blink away. It's pretty decent. Okay, I will use Acid here. Oof. Acid again. That's fine. Okay. I think we got something done. Landed on a cloud of fire there. That's why I thought that having fire resistance was a big deal when it comes to entering, or when it came to doing that, because I knew that there was a pretty good chance of landing in a cloud of fire. Scarf of Resistance is something that I should carry. This is a pretty decent ring that I will put on. We can drop the Ring of Poison Resistance because we are not using that anymore. Okay, let's see how it goes versus the Minotaur. The Minotaur cannot see invisible. No Leviathan on the Minotaur. Yeah, no Leviathan so far. Maybe I am cursed by trying to do this. I'm cursed to not find a Leviathan. Okay. Alright, that's pretty bad. Wow, that's a pretty horrendous blink. Then I fail. I can just go around this guy. Yeah, just to play it safe. It's not even carrying anything that I want. On the other hand, the loot that's inside is loot that I do want myself. Don't hit me. Let me pick up all of your stuff. Well, not really all of your stuff. I only want the potions and the experience evocables. I can't carry that many items. Hold on, I gotta drop something. Yeah, because I'm not leaving without the Tin of Tremor Stones. That almost killed me, but I was not leaving without the Tin of Tremor Stones. It's such a strong item. Gonna be pretty good for D15. The gauntlet was kinda slightly disappointing, but it was not so terrible when we keep in mind that before the gauntlet I didn't have willpower, and now I do. So that's one less immediate concern of this character going into the mid game. We can strike one thing of the many things that can actually kill me with this character. Okay. Of course, any kinda derived undead zombie that hits pretty hard is quite dangerous to this character. So the Frost Giant, yeah. I think this ending also has some really messed up things like Juggernauts, Caustic Shrike zombies. Things that could easily kill me if they hit me 2 or 3 times. Got slowed, really unlucky. If you're wondering what's slowing me, it's this thing. I think it's a 1% chance to slow you, but but it's still a thing that will happen every now and then. Um, yeah, when it comes to percentages, if there's a percentage for something to happen, given enough time, it's gonna happen, and it might even happen multiple times. And there it is, the Juggernaut zombie that I was talking about earlier. Definitely not very happy to fight that guy. Um, Unfortunately, I do not have paralysis with this character. I have Charming, which at least it's not an Okawaru character. But for a while I was, or if I had not been submitted to the character, um, or to the challenge rather, I would have gone Okawaru because I found Okawaru before going Gozag. Mm, so I wouldn't have been able to use the Hex Wand once again. That change when it comes to Okawaru and the Hex ones is not something that I am too much of a fan of. Some random games you just don't have access to some resources, and you will never have access to those resources. It's roguelike-ish, but at the same time not so much because in most roguelikes, by the end of the game, you do have access to a lot of resources, if not just all of the resources. Um, but Crawl makes it so that you cannot get that because they straight up don't generate. So I don't know. Mm, I'll use Ice Blast because this guy's kind of spooky. Alright. This has been going okay. We can absolutely win this character, I think. Though the mid game is gonna be extremely rough. It's gonna be pretty much like the mid game of an ogre. Because if you think about it, this character and an ogre are very similar. They're somewhat fragile for one reason or another, and they lack a lot of resistances and stuff. I don't like this center warrior. Yeah, I don't like that. The Fire Dragon is fine, even with no resistances. But the Center Warrior Simulacrum is pretty scary because it hits pretty hard. I used enough Tremor Stones, it kills the Dragon, but it doesn't kill the Center Warrior Simulacrum. Cannot use Mind Burst. Flame? Okay. It did work, surprisingly. I was not sure it was going to. I thought that maybe it wouldn't deal enough damage because that's the kind of thing that has happened to me before. But fortunately, it was not the case this time. You know, I miss ranged weapons of Poison. Poison Brand was so strong in ranged weapons, much better than in melee weapons. But it was removed from ranged weapons instead of being removed from melee weapons. I think that's pretty lame. I got shafted. Luckily for me, I'm pretty much done with D15, so... Oh, well, apart from that Juggernaut zombie. You know what? I should go to the door so I can close it. And because it is a zombie, it cannot open it. Yeah, like how Quicksilver doesn't always generate. Makes Cocytus very bad sometimes. Wand of Quicksilver? Or, yeah, I bet that's what you mean, because why else would you... Yeah, Wand of Quicksilver to remove petrification. But something that you have to keep in mind is that there, like, it is very much by design that you are unable to remove the petrification in Cocytus. When Hot Hells released, like, there was no way to remove the petrification. If you were to get petrified, you were going to get petrified. It was only until after that Wand of Quicksilver was introduced that there was a way to use it as, or to, use the cancellation effects without actually using a potion of cancellation. But yeah, Cocytus is pretty bad. If you get paralyzed, or if you get petrified, you're probably gonna die. You agonied me with 20%. Seriously, I have willpower and it's still 20%. Unfortunate. This guy has a heavy broad axe. Can I charm you? No, I can't. Attacks as you move away. Okay. Can you kill me from afar? Do you have like Bolt of Draining? You can't. Alright, I'm just gonna walk away from you then. I'm gonna go downstairs because I can do that. Back to full HP. Go downstairs with this one guy. It hits so hard with this heavy weapon. Okay, it's almost dead. Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle to kill that guy because very, very damaging, very, very tanky, and of course the pain mirror. 15 fighting. It took me a while to get 15 fighting, but we got there. So far I still haven't broken the challenge, right? Because I'm not used to playing with restrictions that are not imposed on me by the game. Um, I have only trained fighting staves and ranged weapons, and no spells, and Gozag. I think that we're good. Let's continue. I'm thinking about what I should train next. Maybe a bit of more evocations. And then afterwards, maybe Mindelay on the Arbalest. In Trunk, you can bump attack with ranged weapons and it will shoot. Yes, you will do that. Like if you press the direction of a monster while being next to the monster, it shoots. It's great. Yeah, I just did it. I wonder if you still do it with invisible monsters. Okay, let's do the last level of Lair now. Lair 5 is pretty scary. Like, I think doing Lair 5 after D15 is probably the right move nowadays. Because yeah, look at all of these guys. I feel like when I originally got here, that would have been not possible for me to do. But now it is much more reasonable. It's still scary, but it is much more reasonable. When I got here in the first place, I don't think I even had Mindelay on this quarterstaff. Yeah, searching for quarterstaffs. We didn't find Agnes in the dungeon, so no early Laja tank for me. If there's ever gonna be a Laja tank, fingers crossed. Even if there isn't, I have an arbalest and a longbow, so I can win the game with those things. It's just that I would prefer to win the game with a Laja tank because I have way more strength than I have dexterity. So the Laja tank would hit harder. I also don't like ranged weaponry because of the whole being super slowed if you wish to have armor class. I would say that's part of the reason why my character is so lacking in terms of both defenses and resistances. That I cannot afford to equip a chainmail or a plate with resistances. In fact, I have shiny plate in a shop that I would obviously love to buy, but I cannot. Or rather, I can, but it would ruin my damage output. And damage output is extremely important. We don't care about that. Obsidian statue. I have a launcher. And it's just gonna summon spam. I think the correct thing to do is to run towards it. Oh, it summoned the Sun Demon. That's pretty scary. I'm gonna re-teleport. Ooh, there it is. Okay, there you go. That's the reason to kill this thing. Let's hope that I don't die. I don't think that I'm gonna die, but killing that is gonna be really annoying. Because of the summon spam. I need to get lucky and not have it summon literally the most powerful thing that it can summon, which is the Sun Demon. Yeah, okay. I told you that I was gonna find the Laya tank. So now the character changes drastically for the better. I can afford to not use ranged weapons anymore. Laya tank of draining, give me that. Goodbye heavy core staff. Hello Laya tank of draining. Um, I think that also allows me to drop other stuff. Um, okay, I have 7 enchant weapons. So hello plus 9 Laya tank of draining. Alrighty, big weapon upgrade because I deal about the same damage, but I attack much faster, and I also have a branded weapon now, which heavy kinda doesn't count as a brand. It's its own thing. Yeah, I mean it is a weapon brand, but it doesn't function the same way that most other weapon brands do. Yeah, very special thing. But yeah, the change in the character is astonishing. I'm killing things much faster now, and things are not really dealing as much damage to me. I think before the Laya tank, I wouldn't have been able to take on these Dire Elephants. That's great. Such a weapon upgrade for this character. I'll get dodging. I guess so. A little bit of dodging. It's not gonna hurt. I'm gonna get like 10. Oh, okay. The secondary elephant was messing me up pretty badly. I don't even have to finish this. I could just leave because I already have the ultimate prize. I think the lane doing this for so long, even though it had such a substantial upgrade for my character, was the correct thing to do because I don't think that I would have been able to do it um, when I got here originally. So I would have died, and that would have been pretty sad. Mm, alrighty, worth it. Let's go ahead and go elsewhere. Unfortunately, we're done with the early game, which is the most enjoyable part of the game for me. Now I have to go into the mid game with no resistances. We have Snake, Swamp, Elf, but not really. Elf doesn't count here. I can afford to wear plate now. I could wear plate or chainmail. I'll buy some armor. Let's see, at least a chainmail. Maybe that shiny chainmail will be pretty good. The shiny plate is very expensive, so I'm probably not buying that. Chainmail of poison resistance. We're not using that. But I think that I'm using the +4 chainmail or the chainmail of fire resistance. Chainmail of fire resistance doesn't sound bad for Snake. On the other hand, what does sound bad for Snake is not having ranged options and having to melee mighty Nagas with no shield and stuff. I think that I'm gonna postpone my switching of armor until after Snake, and I'll do Snake with launcher. Do I have brand weapon? Okay, I do have one. I should go back and use it. Put it on my longbow. Draining, not bad, not bad. It's like finding 3 scrolls of enchant weapon for my old longbow of draining. So we know that there's an ambush upon entering this, so I'm gonna read a teleport and then go in. And this is fine. This is fine. I think that I might be able, or that I should be able to win versus these guys. And yep, it was pretty easy. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the longbow of draining for this specific part of the game because I want to be attacking slowly, especially versus other monsters with launchers. The most scary monsters here, in my opinion, are the Naga sharpshooters. There's so many of them. They always spawn in bands. They hit really hard. They hit you from afar. They pretty much attack you every turn. I hate them. Mm. Yeah, obviously there's a couple of other really dangerous monsters like the shock serpents. Since I don't really have a hex wand, I don't consider wand of Wand of Charming, a Hex Wand, because it doesn't really disable the monster in a way that I can use to deal with the monster. I would very much prefer having Paralysis. Yeah, they don't even need line of fire. They just have to see you because they have Portal Projectile. They're kind of insane. They've always been kind of insane enemies. Never liked them. Okay, Kirky Band. We should be okay when it comes to Kirky. Okay, 20% chance to paralyze is really bad. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Yep, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Ooh, that's not out of here. Do I have digging? No digging yet. Scroll poison. Do I have poison resistance? I do, so I can step on it. I can step on the poison. Gonna go for waterlogging both Kirky and the Sphinx. And then maybe attraction, so we can pull Kirky into the poison and she dies. I don't know where she is. Okay, I found her. She was in this tile. And she died really, really quickly. Pretty good. I think that I'm going into the mid game with like a ridiculously crazy strong character thanks to the weapon upgrade that I got by the end of lure. I'm gonna put on the Ring of Protection instead of the Ring of Evasion. Yeah, 2016 seems to me slightly better than 1621. I value armor class higher. Shock Serpent. Gotta position in such a way that it doesn't blow me up when it pretty much inevitably multi-saps me. Or when it attacks me, doesn't multi-sap me. Oh, that's pretty bad, yeah. That's exactly what I was talking about when it comes to Naga Sharpshooters. Going downstairs into 3 of them? Nope. Just like opening a door into a Shock Serpent is also a nope. Your Shock Serpent dies, but it sure roughed up those guys, so I can finish them up on my own. Pretty good. So I was really surprised the other day after I finished playing Into the Breach for the first time. I was going to go to sleep, and then I chatted a bit on the roguelikes Discord in the Crawl channel. And there was this person that didn't like Rift Wizard, and I was like astonished at the mere idea of someone not liking Rift Wizard. Yeah, it kind of blew my mind. Please don't kill me. Okay. Yeah, I think Rift Wizard does a lot of things very well. Especially the thing where you can win your first game of Rift Wizard ever if you hypothetically play well enough, which is a thing that modern roguelike inspired games don't do. I have always considered that to be extremely distasteful and downright insulting from the developers of a fair amount of modern roguelike inspired games. When you cannot win your first run and you first need to unlock stuff. Yeah, that's awful to me. Okay, that's my first scroll blinking used in the entirety of the game. It's a shame because I thought that I was gonna be able to beat those guys easily, but it just didn't happen this time. Rift Wizard is a masterclass on how to comfily front load information for a good time. Can you describe for me front load information? Because I'm not sure I understand the term or the idea of front loading information. You define Rift Wizard overwhelming. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like that seems to be one of the most common criticizements of the game. Criticisms, sorry, of the game. That it is a lot of information at the very beginning of the game. Like when you're first starting to play, you have a lot of things, and you can feel compelled or maybe even mandated to read all of the things before you even start playing the game. Rather than limiting the amount of information the player can see, it just shows you the hundred of spells and abilities that you can interact with and let you figure it out yourself. Okay, that is absolutely a thing that Rift Wizard does. I think that there should be a mode where it is more like you do a rift, and as part of the rewards of the rift, you find a new spell, and that influences your decision to go into the rift, regardless of how dangerous it may or may not be to you or your character, how easy or difficult it might be to clear. That kind of thing that Rift Wizard doesn't do as of right now. It would be like at the top of the list of the things that I would like to see on Rift Wizard 2. Crawl lets you view all the info, but you don't have all spells, so you don't have to see them all to make a decision. hmm Like in Crawl, it's more like what I was talking about. Like you adapt to what you find, and you're not gonna see all the spells on any given run. But that doesn't mean that you have to unlock them or that you need to die to unlock them or something like that. So yeah. Because of the tax and consistent bash, it makes it easy to learn how to understand how things interact and synergize. Modded trials that give you evolving spell skill lists as the game progresses. Yes, but I have played some of those mods in Rift Wizard. In fact, Mike Donace, who sometimes hangs out here, made one and I played it. But I feel like it just needs to be a core part of the game instead of a mod. Yeah, you get. I think in Mike's mod you get two spells and one skill every level, and skills are cheaper to compensate for that randomness. So you can acquire them more easily and adapt to your build. That should be in the base game for Rift Wizard 2, or at least it should be a mode. In my opinion, it should be the main mode. But anyway, I think we have looked at this screen for long enough. Um, I think that we are at a crossroads with this character. Like, this is the point where I make a decision. Am I going to continue using my arbalest and my longbow? And if I'm gonna do that, I should get them to min delay. Or am I going to just abandon them now that I have a decent weapon and go heavy armor? I'm gonna go heavy armor. Like, who are we? Who are we deluding? I'm gonna go heavy armor because I like gold scales. But the thing is that I don't have gold scales right now, so I'm just gonna have to survive until I do. Mm, okay, this guy's definitely not helping when it comes to surviving until I do have my gold scales. Mm, So in recent times, my forays into the depths for gold scales have been they have gotten me some mixed results. It hasn't been terrible, apart from that time where I think I died as a direct result of doing that. Um, but I don't always get them. I don't always get the gold scales, which is kind of the whole point of going into depths early. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that this time because I only do that with really really strong characters, and I don't think this is a really really strong character. I would say that this character is a perfect example of a human in Crawl, um, brutally average, excessively so. In fact, apart from the fact that it has a good weapon, like it excels in one category, which is its melee damage output, but in every other category it is lacking, but not terribly lacking. It is only slightly lacking. Defenses, resistances, HP. Oh no, I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this. I am at least at full HP. Maybe we can charm the shock serpent. I wish they had less willpower. Why is it so difficult to charm them with 12 evocations? Yeah, they should have less willpower. Charming the Shock Serpent is the most important thing to do, I think, because it deals a ton of damage, and it also, well, it deals a ton of damage, so that means it deals a lot of damage to you, and it deals a ton of damage to the enemies. But it is not very robust, so the enemies kill it fast, and you gain a lot out of charming it. The enemies get rid of it, and it gets rid of a couple of enemies. Hopefully we don't see more, however, because I'm running low on charges of charming with the fact that like it's difficult to charm them. Oh no. And oh wow, there's two of them. Okay, I'm not doing that. I am not gonna submit myself to two shock serpents at the same time because that's gonna kill me. I'm gonna try to go upstairs, but I'm not gonna make it because they're really fast. Hello, Gary. I am doing the cosplay challenge where you have to be Joseph. So this is a human gladiator, and the only weapon skills that I can train are stapes, ranged weapons, and pretty much that's it. Those are the only weapon skills. No throwing, no fighting. Or well, fighting, yes, fighting, but not throwing and no any other weapons, which is kind of a shame because I have gotten some pretty good weapons. But I've also gotten some launchers, and of course I have that +9 Laja tank now. So the run was pretty much saved when I found that. I'm gonna try to charm one of them. Hopefully it stalls the other one. Okay, it did. It did get charmed first try. Now I'm gonna try to run for my life. No. Can I make it to the stairs? I can probably make it to the stairs. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Those two shock serpents together are nasty enough that I probably should skip the level. Yeah, I don't wanna auto-explore and stumble upon them, and then having them kill me from full HP because they're perfectly capable of doing that. We have been finding some industrial amounts of shock serpents today, which is tragic. I don't think of them as a particularly good enemy for the game. Resistance to electricity is extremely rare. So you are presented with monsters that hit you very, very hard with electricity damage before you can reasonably mitigate it. Sometimes in excessive amounts, as you can see. So you may be thinking, oh, you just use a potion of resistance, but I have one, and how many shock serpents have I already seen? Hell, we are even getting to the point where my hex wands are running low because of how many shock serpents I've already seen. I think that it would be a nice thing for the game if it wasn't the case, or if it wasn't like that. Yeah, Mind Burst or Poly. I don't really use Poly that much, but I think that they're a pretty good Poly target now that you mention it, because they're just so horrendous otherwise. Okay. I feel like when I actually have the chance to melee stuff, it just feels insanely strong. I don't know. Oh, this shop only has books that have like a million spells. That's really funny. Um, yeah, that's hilarious. I like this shop because of that. Unfortunately, I'm not a spellcaster, nor I will be. I was thinking of maybe getting Manifold Assault, however. It's not something that I have mentioned, but I have a +9 Laja tank of Draining. I feel like Manifold Assault would be a pretty good addition to this character, and that could be the one spell that I do cast, because the challenge allows me to cast one spell if I want to do so. So Manifold Assault could be the one. Big Roll added resistance to electricity as a base ring type. Yeah, I agree with that change. I think that is a good change for the game. Wish it was in stable, or like wish it was in mainline crawl. I don't wanna like whenever you see a or a guardian serpent, you should position yourself in such a way that it cannot do that. At least I have blinking from an item, so it wasn't the end of the world when it surrounded me with enemies. But yep, guardian serpents are also extremely powerful. Much more powerful than they should be, in my opinion. Wow, okay, I'm dying. I'm dying. I don't have heal wounds because the game has only given me 1 heal wounds in the entirety of the playthrough. No, that's not true. It's given me like 3. You're mighty. You're gonna kill me next turn if I don't blink. I know it. So I am going to blink so that it doesn't kill me next turn. Fortunately, the Guardian Serpent is still waterlogged, so I can shoot it down without having it surround me with enemies and kill me. Or maybe not. Okay. Heal wounds, magic, and curing. I like that. Very squalid heal, but could be way worse. Let me get rid of the Guardian Serpent. Ooh, I went upstairs into an unexplored part of the level. That's pretty bad. I don't think I'm gonna die though. Yeah, I think that I can just kill that guy and regen to full HP. Fingers crossed. Okay, I won't be able to do that. Heal wounds, curing, magic and brilliance. I guess so. Yeah, I used heal wounds and curing, and I regained 25 HP. That's a pretty bad heal. I'm gonna need some buffs for this if I wanna have any hopes of survival. Um, okay, that went well, but yeah, I wish I could have been at full HP for taking on those guys. At full HP, it wouldn't have been so terrible. How do I like the new heavy brand? It's a very difficult thing to make use of. It's good on the early game, but the more the game progresses and the more you have to fight multiple enemies at the same time, the worse it gets. At that point, like, it really starts becoming super bad. That's what I think about it. It is pretty funny with something like Giant Spike Glove, Manifold Assault. Yeah, that's a character type that I've tried to do many times, but I think that right now with the nerf or with the buff to Manifold Assault for melee weapons, combined with the increased base damage of Giant Spike Glove, if you keep heavy in mind, it makes for the perhaps ideal moment to do Manifold Assault with melee weapons. Yeah, things with heavy weapons are scary. Yep. Any monster with heavy weapons is pretty scary. They hit pretty hard. But I think they have the attack speed penalty, so it's not so terrible. Hello, Railbird. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. As you can see, I am playing Crawl. Today I'm playing Crawl. And it's not been so terrible so far. Yeah, we are doing the mid game and we haven't died yet, so that's a pretty good thing. Also, I have a +9 lag attack, so it's only a matter of time until I get really good armor and I just win the game. Because that's really the only thing I need, armor. And well, maybe a little bit of resistances too. Okay, I got surrounded. Guardian Serpents. Let's see if I can go upstairs or if I'm gonna get surrounded again. I didn't, surprisingly. Sometimes they spam that, and it is horrendous when they do. Like this. Yeah, it would be really. It would. Sorry, it would be really good if I had access to digging. Digging would make it impossible for the Guardian Serpent to surround me in that position. I gotta exclude this. By the way, you're mighty. I should not even attempt to attack you. You have a tower shield. Yeah, Sneaky, Tower Shield, Mighty, Naga Warriors. Pretty much unkillable. They're not really that scary because you can pretty much always run away from them, unless you don't realize that they're really, really scary because they have a tower shield and they're mighty, like it almost happened to me a couple of seconds ago. Okay. Yeah, the temptation of just going in and tabbing everyone with the +9 Laya tank, but I think that I cannot really do it. At some point in the game, I'm gonna have to rebrand the Laya tank too. I think that I need to turn on the auto pickup for brand weapon and for enchant weapon. And brand or enchant the longbow maybe? Yeah, sure. We can enchant the longbow. The arbalest doesn't get that much from being enchanted, but on the other hand, the longbow, which attacks faster, yeah, you get more applications of that damage increase. That's the whole point behind certain brands. Certain brands you get a lot of extra value from having them on fast weapons. For example, daggers of electrocution. I have a whole video about that on YouTube if you want to hear more about that. What armor am I looking for? Gold scales? Precisely gold scales, because I don't have any resistances. I could get this plate of fire resistance, but the thing is that wearing heavy armor will nuke my ability to use ranged combat, so I don't want to do it just yet. By the way, this is horrendous. I'm gonna preemptively switch into the War Axe so I can blink away for the moment that I get surrounded, which is gonna happen. Uh-huh. I knew it was gonna happen. I already hate this. I shouldn't do Snake 4 endings. Yeah, Snake 4 endings are probably gonna be banned from now on. Like, I'm not gonna do them anymore just because I absolutely despise them. I've never liked them. Yeah, the other day I got 3 runes, and I had Snake. So what I did was, I think it was Bolts, Slime, and the other one instead of doing the Snake ending. Yeah, and this ending, I know it. I know it. I don't like any of the Snake endings. It's just monster spam in positions that are difficult for you to deal with. It's pretty bad. Yep, this is horrendous. I'm deadly poisoned too. I guess I'm blinking away. Blinking away over here. Hmm. Brilliance, magic, and heal wounds. At least it's not that expensive. Yeah, good scroll summons. We got so many shock serpents. Man, the shock serpents are so broken. I can't believe that they're so strong. Yeah. Anyway, I shouldn't be here. I'm not gonna do that ending. So I should go elsewhere. You really shouldn't plan on finding any dragon scales. Yeah, because Gozag. My best hope is to find Park Hit. I hope that Park Hit has... well, Park Hit always has gold scales. And they're highly enchanted too, so... So yeah, that's pretty much the only way for me to find gold scales. I could also acquire some shops from Gozag. I have a lot of money. I could do that. I'm gonna do it maybe when I get out of here. Like, I'm not gonna do the bolt, but I'm gonna try to clear the rest of it for experience and for gold as well. I think that this ending of of Snake always has two shocks or two Guardian Serpents like that. It's extremely nasty in my opinion. That you open the door into two Guardian Serpents. Can feel pretty cheap. You have a Tower Shield, so I'm never gonna kill you. Yeah, Tower Shield of Reflection too, so very, very difficult to kill this guy. Okay, didn't want to spam acid because acid is pretty valuable. You know, I think I'm getting carried by my overwhelming offense here. Yeah, when it comes to enemies that I can melee, I feel like I don't have any issues killing them. On the other hand, if I have to attack an enemy from afar, like with that Anaconda, it got to me in like 3 turns, and I don't think I hit it even once with my launcher. Um, but on the other hand, I am using the launcher with not that much training, so if I really wanted to use it, I would have already trained for it. The reality is that I don't really want to use it. Maybe I want to use enchant scrolls and hope for body armor. Yeah, because getting gold scales from a shop is very difficult, and even if I do, they're gonna be really pricey. I can definitely do that. I have 7 of them. I'm using acid scales, so there's quite a lot of room for improvement and upgrade when it comes to wearing different kinds of armor. I found a manual of Earth Magic. I could get Crystal Spear. Crystal Spear was one of the first spells that I got this game, or one of the first things that I got this game. I just didn't go for it, but I could have gone for it, and or I can still go for it. It's not too late to reclass into Crystal Spear. But if I do that, I won't be able to wear heavy armor, and I like heavy armor, so I'm not gonna do that. With 8 intelligence, yeah, that's also a factor. But on the other hand, I have gear that reduces my intelligence, so I would take it off, and I would put on like a ring of intelligence or something, maybe wizardry. Let's go do the other thing, swamp, because I don't want to do snake 4 endings. Ooh, let's get out of here. Or maybe not. Okay, I didn't even want to get out of here anyway. I'm probably gonna die if I keep fighting this. Waiting for my teleport to trigger took forever. Okay, is that gonna kill me? Let's find out. It didn't. It didn't do that much damage. But yeah, this is still horrendous. Classic swamp. Getting marked. Pretty bad. I wish I had heal wounds. Yeah, still marked. Gonna use cancellation now, my last one, or my only one. I don't think that I found any more. Since the monsters are still gonna go to me because I was marked, I might as well just go downstairs, exclude that, and go upstairs through different stairs. Yeah, I think that overall this place should be easier than Snake was, because this place has a lot of really dangerous monsters, but they don't come in bands. And I would say that even though a lot of monsters here are pretty scary, like the average spawn here is more scary than the average spawn in Snake, but the most scary spawns in Snake are scarier than the most scary spawns in Swamp, I think. Like I would say that Shock Serpents and these other guys, Guardian Snakes, Guardian Serpents, are scarier than Thorn Hunters. Precisely because they come in a band and they just like surround you and ruin your day. I don't have fire resistance for the Will-O-Wisp, so it might hurt me a lot. And it is hurting me a lot indeed. Until it dies to Tina's Tremor Stones. Tina Tremor Stones one-shot it, by the way. It was at full HP and then it just died from Tina Tremor Stones. It's such a powerful item. The other day on YouTube, one of the comments was like criticizing experience of Okobos, because to the commenter they had just all been ruined, and the commenter missed Lamp of Fire, which was an experience of Okobol that was removed from the game. The targeter for Lamp of Fire was super annoying. That's something that I didn't comment in, or that I didn't reply with. But the targeter for Lamp of Fire made it so that like you needed to be spoiled on how that thing worked, because if you didn't know how it worked, you were never gonna hit anything with Lamp of Fire. It was pretty bad. Yeah, it was the kind of thing that I think the game is actually better off without. But yeah, anyway, experience evocables are great. I think that having a large assortment of experience evocables is a good enough reason for you to train a lot of evocations, especially if you find them early on with a character. Okay, that's great. That's not great. I don't even know when I got poisoned, but I absolutely did. No curing? Ooh, heal wounds and magic sounds okay. Didn't really do a lot. Okay. Okay, that was nasty, but it was not impossible to survive. I just had to use a little bit of resources. Everything cool. Acid on the Turn Hunter. Yeah, as I told you, I'm not as afraid of the Turn Hunters as I would be of Guardian Serpents or Shock Serpents, because I feel like I can actually beat them. But I still need to use some special resources to deal with them, like for example Wand of Acid. There we go. Okay, I thought that the Leonoma was gonna be more of an issue to deal with because of the arena that I was fighting it on. There was no tile for it to place itself that was not next to a tree. And Eleonoma heal themselves whenever they are next to trees. They can just hug the tree to heal a bit. And by a bit, I mean actually a lot. They heal quite heavily. But that's only if they decide to try to heal. And I deal enough damage consistently enough with my melee weapon that it wasn't an issue this time. It is not something that I get to say very frequently, but like this character's melee is really good. Damage rating 47. The accuracy is not really an issue because even though it is -3 base accuracy from using a Laya tank, since it's fully enchanted, yeah, we're never gonna have any accuracy issues. Unless we're hitting like Spriggans. But even then, like Spriggans are... I've been able to kill them in melee. When it comes to armor that could theoretically be worthy of me enchanting it, I have ice scales, and I've had them from very early into the game. So I could theoretically enchant those, but I still don't have fire resistance. I don't know if you remember, but very early in this playthrough I said that I didn't want to enchant them or use them because I didn't have fire resistance. Well, that's still the case. Unfortunately, when it comes to resistances, the game hasn't really given me a lot. My starting background is Gladiator. Yep. One of the very first things that I found with this character was a longbow. The first item that I found was a sling, and I didn't really want to use it because I don't like launchers. But then I found a longbow, and even though I don't like launchers, I like winning the game. So I decided to start using the longbow. And then I found an arbalest, and I've been using those. But then after finding all of those, I found my Laya tank, and I already have the ability to fully enchant it. So now I could theoretically abandon my usage of launchers. It's just that I don't have a good enough body armor to make the switch. You know, because I would be losing um, the damage output that I have from afar now. It's not just like net gain to equip armor, heavy armor, I mean. Yeah, I feel like my characters always want something that Gozag robs them of, like dragon scales and stuff. I would like to get those, throw letter, but Gozag, being Gozag, turns corpses into gold, so I don't really get access to those things. Every time that I play a Gozag character, I have that experience, that moment of realization of, oh yeah, I'm a Gozag character, I won't get access to those things. Mm. You struggle with ranged characters compared to melee. Is it wise to switch to melee? Not really. Yeah, not really. Are you gonna kill me? You shouldn't kill me. Come on, don't be like that. I don't think I beat it myself. Ugh, disgusting blink. And I don't have scrolls of blinking anymore. Okay, found some heal wounds at some point. Might as well use them. Use them all right now. Okay. That went very poorly because I don't have a lot of armor class. The Hydra was next to me. In case you don't know, Hydras swim fast, so when they go through shallow water or water in general, they just get to you much faster than if they were walking in land, which means less attacks that you can do against them from afar. Mm, and they hit pretty hard in melee. This is looking tremendously like it's the Room Bolt. Um, my character would not really be able to melee them because it would give them a lot of hits, and we have already seen that I have some issues dealing with them without giving them extra hits. Definitely, I have a lot of incentive not to do so, not to give them extra hits. Um, okay, we got Lerny. For Lerny, I am glad that I remember I have Phantom Mirror, so we're gonna be using that. Let's see if we can have Lerny kill Lerny. Mm, I don't want to tank Lerny. It's gonna kill me if I have to tank it. Yeah, I was thinking of tanking it so that the Phantom Mirror illusion catches up, but I feel like I would die. Like I don't think that I can survive one turn of melee with Lerny. Yeah, I don't think that I can survive one turn of melee with Lerny. Okay, fortunately it didn't melee me. Okay, there we go. There we go. It hit Lerny hit Lerny once, and it pretty much left Lerny at almost dead, which is exactly the result that I wanted to get. Lerny is the ultimate monster to use Phantom Mirror on. It's so strong against Lerny because Hydras are really strong against Hydras. It's just like an Hydra fight boils down to which Hydra is gonna hit first, pretty much. Hmm. The Bunyip was snuck in. Are you gonna kill me, Mr. Bunyip? I feel like you want to kill me. Something gives me the impression that you want to kill me. Are you able to swim? It can travel through water. I think that means that it doesn't get hindered by shallow water. Thinking about how I want to do this. I'm gonna read summoning. I think that's the safest option. Yeah, it's a pretty bad summon. Okay. The one jeep hit me, so it's not gonna move next turn, so I can go upstairs. Perfect. I wanted to prevent the one jeep hitting me, but it didn't happen. Two bon jeeps. Okay, pretty scary. I don't want to go down through those stairs again, precisely because I don't want to deal with two bon jeeps at the same time. One bon jeep I think is fine, but two of them not really, not so much. Ouch. It hits hard even though, yeah, even though it is alone, it still hits pretty hard versus my character. It can theoretically do 120 damage to you, but it is almost impossible for such a thing to happen. It can happen, but it's generally not gonna happen. Okay, we got rune number 1, so I can go do bolts now. Bolts was on D13. Yes, bolts was on D13. Okay, these guys don't do anything to me. And behind the final door, there's wizards and bolt guards. I should be okay because I have willpower, but we shall see what ends up happening. Yeah, two wizards, one bolt guards. Gotta prioritize the wizards. They can still banish me if I get unlucky enough. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I was searching for it, but I think I have to kill the bolt guard. Okay. Let's go in. Let's see what we get here. Immediately marked. As if I didn't have willpower. Yeah, the perils of a 3 willpower per level up species. On the other hand, I'm dealing so much damage. Yeah, I was just checking if I hadn't picked up any more scrolls of enchant weapon or brand weapon. I gotta see how much of a chance those guys have to hex me with the mark. It's a really strong ability. I feel like it shouldn't be enhanced the way that it is. I got 20 armor at some point. Okay, that's a really, really good reason to just go ahead and equip plate or something. Yeah, I cannot justify it anymore now. I have to do it. 3615. Goodbye launchers. Yeah, pretty much goodbye launchers. I don't think that I'm gonna be using them anymore. My plate slows my attacks with this weapon by 0.2. Tough luck because I'm not really gonna be using it that much because of that anymore. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I trained both a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. I ideally would have only trained a melee weapon, but the game gave me really, really good ranged weapons first. So yeah, you take what the game gives you. Wow, I took a lot of damage from something there. Was it the Thunderhawk doing Thunderhawk things? Yes, it was. 44 damage. Frostheart doing Frostheart things. Yes, I would rather go melee for the heavier armor, definitely. I like not taking damage, and having good armor helps you in that regard. Okay, I think we're fine. I got a really, really good blink there. Shouldn't really continue attacking these guys. I really want to continue attacking these guys, actually. Or at least the Preserver. I want to kill the Preserver. Okay, there we go. Now I can leave. Stay away from the walls to not deal with the frost heart. I wish I had regen. If I had regen, I think that I would be already in shape to fight again. With a bit of luck, the game will provide me regen soon. Or I should ask for some shops. I'll do a shop. Armor, general, weapon. I'll go for armor. Rendered plate, rendered swamp scales, rendered or not rendered, enchanted swamp scales. I'll buy the plate. I'll buy the plate. It's probably gonna be good. I hope that it's good. Let's see what we get. Yes, it's a fursuit. Unfortunately, I hope the fursuit is decent. It is pretty good. It's +7. It drains me on wheel on where why whatever. Yeah, it's a little bit of an upgrade. Three armor class and rampaging and 2 dexterity. 2 dexterity is also okay for the purposes of dodging stuff. Gloves of dexterity are also cool. Lose 1 armor class, but I gain 3 dexterity, which once again accuracy pretty decent. I wish I had cold resistance or a good source of cold resistance for this place. I might want to equip a ring of cold resistance instead of the ring of protection. Yeah, I actually do, because now I have so much armor class that the ring of protection is not as good as the ring of cold resistance, which I surprisingly do not have. Let's make another shop. Jewelry, yeah, we're gonna be taking the jewelry. Okay, there we go. That's a ring. That's a ring. This ring is amazing. That ring will be stapled to my finger for the rest of the game, pretty much. Funnily enough, I thought that the first ring that I had, this one, was gonna be stapled to my hand for the rest of the game. But the ring that I just got is pretty much this ring, but better. So I can get rid of this and replace it with, I don't know, protection or evasion. Or maybe even strength. Probably not strength. Yeah, I looked at my potions of mutation, so that I only had 3 and decided to make it so that I don't get malmutated, because if I get malmutated, bad things would happen. Okay, it would be nice if I had fire resistance. Do I have that? Not really. No rings of cold resistance or fire resistance in this game. So it is a run that's even more devoid of resistances that you would expect. That's how bad it's been in terms of resistances. It's not something that I've had to deal with a lot, because I had ranged attacks for quite a while. But I don't really, or rather, I shouldn't count on those anymore. Like, they're not good anymore. My melee is way better than my ranged attacks at this point because of the plate. Okay, I was thinking of using Scroll of Immolation, but I think that Tin of Tremor Stones, just a single use of Tin of Tremor Stones, did the job very well. No need for Scroll of Immolation, especially since it would probably get me in trouble, since I don't have fire resistance. So did you see that a couple of weeks ago, Entropy Weavers got nerfed? They're their hit dice was reduced quite a lot, which made it so that they do certain things less, including like their ability to corrode. I think that's how it works. But most importantly, whenever you have an Entropy Weaver Simulacrum, it's gonna deal significantly less damage because its hit dice was reduced a lot, which is really nice. I appreciate that change because I don't think Entropy Weaver simulacrums are good for the game, since they look pretty much the same as any other simulacrum, but they're significantly more dangerous because they have 4 attacks per turn, and they're also fast, so they can just destroy you if you don't have cold resistance. And even if you do, they can still punch you pretty hard, kill you in a position where you didn't feel like you should have died, or where you didn't feel like you were in range of dying, just because you didn't recognize the monster because it looked the same as all the other simulacrums. Mm. Yeah, I'm really thinking that Manifold Assault wouldn't be such a terrible thing to have with this character. Maybe Crystal Spear is a bit too ambitious with 5 intelligence, but Manifold Assault, it could be done. Another nerf to bolts is that Frosthearts no longer partially ignore your cold resistance. That's a big change as well. Not that it matters too much to my characters' quality cold resistance, but yeah, I've had characters with 3 pips of cold resistance that go here and still get hit for like 30 or so, and it can feel pretty bad when such a thing happens. Okay, I think that so far bolts has been easier than what I was doing before. Yeah, than the lair branches. But what's new? I always feel like bolts is easier than lair branches. Except when I go into bolts early and I die because of doing that, in which case bolts was not easier than lair branches. Um, Do I ever like train throwing for boomerangs or javelins? Whenever I train throwing is because I'm gonna consciously throw a lot. This is a challenge character. The challenge entails me not training throwing. Pretty much the only things that I can train when it comes to weapons are ranged weapons, staves, and fighting. So that's pretty much it. If it was not a character bound to that challenge, I would not be doing this. I would have used this war axe that I got so early into the game. I would have used the heavy broad axe that I got. I would have used. It would have been a different character. Shtawa might kill me because I don't have fire resistance, and this guy hits pretty hard. Yep, 3 dice of 40. Gonna read a teleport. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I almost won there. But the thing is that Shtawa damage output is so high that I don't think that it was worth gambling. I'd much rather teleport away and regen to full HP before trying again. Strength. I was leveling up dexterity because last time I got the chance to level up a stat, I was under the impression that I was going to be using launchers. But fortunately, that's not going to be the case. So Shtawa dies after I use my potion of resistance. Let's continue. Let's go into bolts 3. Gotta be careful. Oh, no longer gotta be careful with the Thunderhook because fortunately I have resistance to electricity now. That's great. Yeah, not having resistance to electricity is pretty horrendous at this stage of the game, with common enemies having strong ranged electricity attacks. Is staff actually good? Laja tanks are incredible. Yeah, this is actually like a legit weapon. Quarter staves obviously fall off after a certain point. They're early game weapons. Laja tanks are not early game weapons. They're pretty rare, but they are definitely good enough to win the game with. My Laya Tank of Draining is it's not the best item in my inventory anymore, but it is the best offensive item in my inventory. My best defensive item is probably this ring that I just got, the one that has all of these properties. Yeah, this is just a beast of a ring. Look at that, 1,000,000 bolt guards. I wish I had fire resistance so I could immolate them. I gotta... Yeah, I should have done that earlier before they lock me in. That's fine, I can re-teleport. Yeah, because I don't think that this character is the kind of character that can win a fight like that. Maybe pretty robust offensive, or like pretty robust when it comes to physical damage now, because 38 armor class, but yeah, the damage still piles up super hard. Still waiting for my amulet of regen. I have an amulet of Guardian Spirit, which essentially gives me 21 extra HP. It's not terrible, but I feel like regen, an amulet of regen gives me effectively way more HP than an amulet of Guardian Spirit. I think that Guardian Spirit should say something like mana plus 15 and Guardian Spirit property in order to actually be a usable item. And it would be okay, and it wouldn't be more powerful than a Ring of Mana, because Guardian Spirit drains your mana like crazy. Maybe change to Guardian Spirit like that would even make it an option to consider on mages, which it absolutely is not right now. Right now, if you equip that with a mage, you're just gonna run out of mana and die, and it's gonna be bad. Okay, I can buy +1 boots, which are like buying a scroll of enchant armor. The character has changed so much for the better by putting on that heavy armor. I wish that I could use my longbow without being impaired, but it's not the end of the world. Like, I can still use it. It's just that it's not what it used to be. I should be careful not to get banished by that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna try to kill it first. The rest of these guys are not that big of a deal. It is not often that I get to say that about a Yoctor band. I feel like Yoctor bands are very consistently one of the scariest things that spawns in this place as a common enemy. But 39 armor class plus reasonable amount of evasion will definitely get the job done when it comes to Yoctors. At least melee range Yoctors or close range Yoctors. Marked again, what's new? Tin of Tremorstones. And again. Warrior title. I like the warrior title. I think that for once having a fighting title is good for the character. I also like the warrior title because I've been playing a lot of Fire Emblem for the GBA, and this character very much resembles warriors in Fire Emblem for the GBA. Like, it's a heavily armored melee character that also has access to bows, so pretty much like warriors. Except that warriors use axes, and I'm using a staff, but close enough. Yeah, if you guys have not played Fire Emblem, the GBA Fire Emblems, I actually recommend them. I like them. I have enjoyed my time with them. They have not been a new experience for me now that I have been replaying them, but when I played them originally, I didn't do... I played in a very casual-ish way, like arena grinding and that kind of thing. But this time that I've been replaying the Fire Emblems, I've tried to consciously stay away from doing those things. It's been difficult, but I've enjoyed it. Yeah. I wouldn't play the new ones, however. The new ones feature a lot of things that are not appealing to me in games like that. Mm. Mm. Okay, so unlike many other occasions where I was not sure if I wanted to fight whatever a convoker convoked, this time I had a corridor, so I just went for the fight, and I won it very easily. Hmm. What else do we train for now? Evocations, maybe? Like, I don't have Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod is usually a good reason to go high on evocations because it is very reusable since it has so many charges. You don't need to use all the charges in a single fight. Hmm. Yeah, hopefully I find that soon. Lightning Rod. I also Condenser Bane. Condenser Bane is the most powerful one. I think that we are already well beyond the darkest times of this character. I think that what we have right now, or what we have with this character, is not necessarily enough to win the game with, because I still don't have any fire resistance, but we are almost there. But yeah, when we were not there, when before the Laya tank, I would have loved to have something like Condenser Bane. If I got it right now, it would be okay. It would be a nice addition to the character's kit, but it would no longer be as amazing as it would have been earlier. Talking about that, let's go to Elf now that I have done bolts 1 through 4. It went by, or it went past really quickly. My visit to bolts Asterion with a kite shield. Okay. Thinking about how I want to deal with this guy, it's actually kind of difficult to kill. You are not gonna be able to hex Asterion because he has a million armor, or a million willpower, more than enough to not be getting hexed. In fact, enough that I don't want to even try to use Scroll of Vulnerability to try to hex. There's no, or I guess there's the Orc Sorcerer, so that's a good reason not to use a Scroll of Vulnerability. I'm gonna use Phantom Mirror first. Asterion versus Copy Asterion. I'm okay. I have so much HP. At some point I got a million HP. Yeah, 192 HP is a lot. Okay, Tin of Tremor Stones. Doesn't get rid of Asterion because Asterion has a fair amount of HP with the morning, or like a fair amount of armor class with the Morningstar protection. The second usage does get rid of Asterion, unfortunately. And there we go. I don't know if the Holoblades can generate a Laya tank, but that could have been another source of a Laya tank for my character. Let's just kill this instead of manually picking up all the gold. Yeah. Not for me. I'm with Gozag. Mm, mm, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I guess if you were to do the challenge, you could hold on to getting Gozag before, or like until you go here and see if there's any Laya tanks. Um, but I don't know if you can actually do that in the challenge. And even if you do that, it would be pretty silly. Like Gozag is probably better than going for that long with a core staff. Um, I just remembered that I have yeah, I have this amulet in this portal vault that I can probably do really easily now. And I bet it's regen. Oh, I got circed. Oh, sure, I'm just gonna hold down Tab. And it was regen. Okay, okay, it was regen. I'm glad that I remembered. Now I have a big upgrade for my character. I consider getting regen a big upgrade for any character. Mm, that's pretty good. Let's go back to Elf. Yeah, I'm glad that I remembered. Okay, I am pleased to inform you that I no longer fear you because I got regen. You must be worshipping one of the gods listed above before entering Lair Orc of Depths. Yeah, okay, so you're not gonna be able um, to hold on to worshipping Gozag. It's fine anyway. I really genuinely believe that even if you were guaranteed to get a Laya tank by doing that, it's just best to go Gosag early because Gosag is that powerful. I haven't really made that much use of Gosag, but like potions and shops, gold distraction. Um, then there's also Brife Branch as well. You could theoretically do Brife Branch here for Elf 3 to not have to deal with the high level elves. I don't think that I'm gonna do it, but it is something that could theoretically be done. That Annihilator is kinda spooky. I'm gonna use File so you don't Crystal Spear me and just like one shot me. Yeah, Lo-Fi, if you're still here, just thinking about the thing that you said about staves being actually good a bit more. Kroll doesn't really have noof traps like that. Kroll very much tries to um, stay away from that kind of design where there's items that everyone except for the new players knows they're garbage. Kroll has not been like that for a very, very long time. I guess there's clubs, but clubs are an early game weapon for monsters exclusively. For monsters and player artificers, because for some reason player artificers get those. But you're very much incentivized to, get rid of them whenever you can, as soon as possible. Um, Ouch, I've been getting hurt quite a bit here. Yeah, it turns out pyromancers are actually the worst thing that I can fight in large quantities here because I don't have fire resistance. That's the reason why they're messing me up. There were so many of them in that room for some reason. Potion of heal wounds. Oh, once there was this one occasion where in the specific store I had Wormbane. I took a screenshot of that. It was really funny. Um, yeah, like obviously there's like a path to upgrade when it comes to weapon skills. Like you shouldn't expect to just grab your starting mace and enchant it and win the game easily with it. You can, but it would be pretty much a challenge conduct to win the game using your starting weapon because there's for maces to be specific in this occasion. There's also like morning stars and evening stars and flails and dark flails. Like there's upgrades in the floor waiting for you to find them and to acquire them and to make use of them. No weapon type is bad, but some specific weapons in those types are bad and they're not meant to be used for the entirety of the game. That's what I can tell you. You got your first win recently, Minotaur Fighter, and used axes the whole game. Anything other than that, you don't know the benefits, drawbacks. It's very simple. Let me tell you real quick. I can do that. Maces don't have any gimmick, but they have the highest base damage out of pretty much everything. Um, when it comes to, or when you take into account the amount of experience that one needs to be able to use a mace properly. Great maces require 20 maces. 20 maces for the highest, most damaging two-handed weapon in your school is not that expensive. Giant spike clubs require 22 skill, and they deal like the most damage out of any normal weapon in the game. So that's the thing with maces. Axes, well, they hit everything that surrounds you. They don't deal as much damage as maces, but they do that. Pole arms, they hit from afar, pretty much the same damage as axes. Staves, the gimmick with staves is actually that they hit pretty hard. Um, and they are very cheap to train for. Like I have Mendeley with my end game weapon at only 14, which is significantly cheaper than what would cost me to get with a mace. with or like how much you know what I mean, right? But Laja tanks are pretty rare. The quarter staves are not that rare, but Laja tanks are. So getting an upgrade is never something that you can count on if you're going for staves. You generally go for staves if you already found a Laja tank and you are early enough in the game that you don't really have a really good weapon. Like I may, for example, be using maces or pretty much whatever, and then I find a Laya tank, I might switch to the Laya tank because it's that good of a weapon type, and it's not really that expensive to train for it. And then unarmed combat, well, it's unarmed combat, forms, that stuff. Um, these scale with dexterity. These scales with strength. These scale with dexterity. Short blades, long blades, and ranged weapons. Ranged weapons very self-explanatory. Long blades scales with dexterity is their gimmick. Otherwise, they're maces. Short blades are for stabbing pretty much, and they cross-train with long blades. That's also part of their design philosophy. The hardest part is deciding when to use what weapon, how to train. Pretty much train and use the best that you have access to. That's something that applies to more than just weapons. It applies to the whole of the game. It is one of the most important things to be aware of when it comes to crawl and learning how to play crawl. Um, I made a video about it very recently. I think that trying to force the game or trying to force builds in crawl is a recipe for disaster. I don't think that it is very feasible. Maybe you can do that with like a really strong species. Like the stronger your species, the less flexible you have to be. If you're playing a Minotaur, you will most likely be able to just grab whatever +0 battle axe you find on the floor and chant brand that and just win the game using it. But if you are a weak character, like for example with this character that I'm playing right now it is what it is. But one of the very first things that I found in the game was a book that had um, what is this thing called? A book that had Stone Arrow. And if I had not been playing this challenge, I probably would have turned into a mage at that point, and I would have gone Behemoth or so. What is this? Singing sword. I'll pick it up. It no longer has Vorpal. I don't know if you have noticed, but it no longer has Vorpal. Mm. You have max Earth, you're not spending your time whacking things. Staff of Earth with air skills and maximum hits on par with a fully enchanted Evening Star. Yeah, okay, so that's absolutely right. Like if you have 27 Earth, you're probably gonna be running around shattering everything because you can afford to do that, or crystal spearing everything, or maybe at the very least you're gonna be iron shotting everything. Melee is generally not a thing that you want to do if you have access to things that are not melee, because I generally think that magic is better than melee. Yeah, I think it is a different playstyle, but I also think it's just straight up better than melee. That potion might be experience. It is ambrosia. Okay. Let's drink attraction. I don't have attraction. Oh no, I do. I didn't see it for some reason. Okay, I should haste. I have so many hastes for some reason, and 2 might only. Demonologist summon a greater demon, but I have my secret weapon, which is File of Flood, or not File of Flood, Stain of Tremor Stones. Okay, the Annihilator might kill me. It's about to die. Oh, it didn't die. You barely missed the deep elf Annihilator is what happened. Unlucky me. What's your chance to banish, by the way? 14. Should be more careful with those guys. On the other hand, is it really that much of an issue if I get banished at this point in the game? I don't really think so. Like, we are already beyond the point where banishment would really be scary. Iron shots are still scary. So, gotta be careful with those. Gonna retreat. Tin of Tremor Stones. Didn't kill the Annihilator, but it softened it up enough for me to use Wand of Ice Blast, and that was it. Okay. Blade Master. That's actually really scary. On the other hand, I have 39 armor class, so it can hit me and it can hit me hard, but it's not gonna do so very consistently. I think that I can outdamage it. It's not common for me to be able to do that to Blade Masters, but this character for some reason struggles more with the mages than with the non-mage elves. Hello, Celery Paints. Thank you for stopping by and good to see you around. I am playing Crawl, as you can see. Um, you understand that, but melee is inevitable in some cases. So if you have Earth skill to maximum alongside safe skills to min delay, you're wrecking anything that comes into melee range. Yeah, that is correct. Like for sure, having access to strong melee is not like a bad thing. It's just not the thing that you would do as your first option. Okay, the ring is not good. I'll leave the ring on the floor. That ring is completely unusable. Should stay away from the range of the Annihilator. I think that I was within range of Crystal Spear for a while, and yeah, very unwise thing in general. You know, I've been thinking subconsciously. I'll get Crystal Spear, or I'll get Gold Scales. I'll get Gold Scales, and the closer we get to depths, the more the realization looms. Like, I don't think that I'm actually gonna be getting gold scales because I need to specifically find park hit. That's the only way for me to find gold scales. Otherwise, I'm not getting gold scales. Unless I find them here, but it is unlikely. Or I find them on the floor, I guess. Plus 11 heavy rapier. Pretty awful. Yeah, in general, heavy short blades are horrendous. There's never a good reason to use a heavy short blade when you could just be using a long blade. They cross-train for a reason. Wow, heavy executioner axe. How hard does that hit? 18 plus 14. Really scary, but I bet that kills things really, really fast if you're doing that kind of thing. Well, that was it for Elf. Not very difficult, but it also didn't really give me a lot. Overall, I would say that it was a net positive to come here. I ended up getting a lot of money out of doing this place because this place has money and it also has a lot of monsters to kill that turn into money because of Gozag. We are going to do depths now. I still only have 2 runes. Probably my 3rd rune is gonna be the Abyss or something because I don't really want to deal with the ending of Snake. Like I genuinely despise Snake endings in as a whole, all of them. Well, I'm gonna be dealing with real Juggernauts, so I better be able to tap the Juggernaut. Better be able to tap the Juggernaut zombie. Spriggan Defender was really, really tanky. Was it blocking me with like a buckler? Yes, it was. Yeah, even monsters with bucklers are so strong compared to players having those options. Enchantress. Okay, those are some really good Fairy skills, and that's a really good Laja tank. I don't think it's better than the Laja tank that I have. I might want to rebrand it, however, for Sot, because in Sot there's a lot of things that are not vulnerable to draining. That's why I have my Scroll brand weapon here. I haven't used it. Do you have? Yeah, pretty decent Fairy scales with slaying. Thinking about how I want to do this. Scroll of Poison, and then Attraction to pull the Enchantress into the poison. In fact, I can pull more than the Enchantress into the poison. I can pull everyone into the poison. If I had Tin of Tremor Stones, I would use it, but it is on cooldown. I have Ice Blast. These guys are gonna die. Like, this is pretty much a death sentence for these guys, what I just did to them. It's just that I might die before they die, because after all, the Enchantress does hit pretty hard with that Laya tank. I'm not using the Fairy Scales, I think. Yeah, I want really, really heavy armor. I want gold scales, if possible. Mm. If it's not possible, I would just put on Plate of Fire Resistance, I think. Got shafted. It's not really an issue. So Park can spawn in Depths or in Sod. With a bit of luck, we're gonna be finding Park here. Okay, I got a 2 Scrolls of Brand weapon. That's gonna be good in case I get a really bad brand on the Laya tank, or something that I don't like for some reason. What was wrong with the Laya tank of Electrocution? I am not that big of a fan of Electrocution brand on something that's 0.7 attack delay. It's pretty decent, but I don't like the fact that you don't get the damage every time. I don't like that it's not another brand. I feel like other brands support more damage, especially on a weapon with such high base damage as Laya tank. It would be okay on like a mace or whatever that doesn't really get a lot of benefit out of other brands, but on a Laya tank I would very much prefer other brands, like Draining, for example, which at least multiplies your base damage a little bit. Okay, what do I train for now? I have no idea what to train for. I guess dodging. Yeah, I have 18 evocations. It would be great if I actually had the ability to evoke some really strong items, but I haven't found Condenser Bane or Lightning Rod, which are the most reusable experience evocables. What is that? Is that a cigarette? Pandemonium. Okay. It's just that in console, the cigarette, Pandemonium, and Bazaars look the same. Yeah, they're the same color and the same shape. What is that? It's gonna be really good if it hopes to compete with what I currently have. But it might be, so let's check it out. It's not really good. Yeah. Would have been usable very early into the game. What hit me for 53? Oh yeah, I don't have fire resistance. I'm starting to think that I should maybe get rid of my plate, like take the armor class loss, it's not that big of a deal, and get some fire resistance, because I can do that. Yeah, I have like a +4 plate of fire resistance for 1,000 gold. I think it is absolutely worth it. I think it is absolutely worth it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Let's go ahead and do it. You don't know how to get there? Hold on. You still don't know how to get there. How come? What makes it difficult to get there? Oh, I got shafted. That's why. Oh, look at that. There's a lightning rod right there. And by Sushen. I got plenty of enchant armor. Yeah, I can fully enchant it. It's just that I really want my gold scales. I don't even need them because I already have poison resistance, and I'm not gonna be not having poison resistance. But I want gold scales because they provide me with more protection. Oh, I didn't want to drink haste. Fortunately, I'm with Gozag, and even if I didn't have any more hastes, it wouldn't be that much of an issue. I wanted to use flight, so I don't fumble attacks here. Anyway, the haste is not a terrible thing. It was not that bad of a mistake. Baisushen is dangerous enough for me to want to do that. Okay, some demon weapons. I suspect that this is a funky bolt. Oh, Vampiric Demon Blade. Okay, Vampiric Demon Trident too. Those are some pretty good demon weapons. What's up with this bolt? If I was in dire need of a good weapon, I think that I would have abandoned Gozag at that point. Fortunately, I am not. Not that I would be able to use any of those anyway. But yeah, that's a pretty good array of weapons. I want to win with the title Warrior. I guess I might as well invest some experience into Manifold Assault because after all, I'm meleeing with a weapon and I have all this experience that I don't know what to do with. Might as well get Manifold Assault, I suppose. The only books that have it are expensive. I also want to win with 9,000 gold because part of the challenge is winning with 9,000 gold. I don't think that I'm gonna be using the War Axe anymore. I'm gonna carry it still because it might be something that might save me having the ability to blink. 10,000. Okay, 10,000. Yeah, right now I have 10,000. But if I buy that book for Manifold Assault, I would have 9,000, and I fully expect to bribe SOT 5. I'm gonna try to bribe SOT 5 at least once so I can win with 10,000 gold in inventory. I obviously don't wanna go for like a 15 rune. I don't wanna go do Tomb, and I don't wanna prolong this beyond one stream. In general, I like to do my crawling in one sitting. Yep. When it came to that fiend, I thought that the correct thing to do was to not mess with it. I'm gonna exclude these guys. Oh, I still haven't gone out to buy the fire resistance, which I do want. Or did I? I did not. No, I absolutely want that. There was tin of Tremorstones here. But I already had it, right? When I saw this shop. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter now. Goodbye. Drain me, doesn't matter. I could get this rune, but I feel like it's a matter of principle to not do this, because it is horrendous. Okay, that's pretty funny. There's a Ring of Fire here, and then Fire Dragon, Hell Knights. That's absolutely by design. Someone put that ring of fire there intentionally. Pretty cute. Fortunately for me, I already got fire resistance. Otherwise, I would have gone straight in the opposite direction. Oh, look at this guy with its heavy Darflail. Very funny. I should have seen how hard it hit before killing it. Note that heavy Darflail is not as terrible as heavy Giant Spike Glove. Yeah, heavy Giant Spike Glove is legit horrifying. I don't think that monsters get branded Giant Spike Gloves. Not that I remember anyway. 8% chance to hex, it's fine. And this is my reward, a book that I cannot use, or rather, unfortunately, you learn nothing new. Okay. Funny stairs generation. Only one true way to actually enter the level. The Vampire Knight is kinda killing me. This is not going well. I'm gonna have to read a teleport. Every time that I read teleport, I have like 5 more scrolls of teleport. It's pretty crazy. Okay, that's not good. This thing can kill me really fast with this amount of HP. I have 3 blinking. Gonna read another teleport. Okay, fortunately it walked next to me. Heal wounds. That's pretty bad. We don't want to have anything to do with that. Well, we want to quiver the lightning rod. Are these immune to electricity? They're not. Okay, so I can use lightning rod to get rid of them. Yeah, I gotta get rid of those immediately. With this amount of HP, those would melt me down really quick. This bolt is really difficult. It's full of very high-level monsters in an open arena with me. Oh, I have digging now. Okay, might as well use that. Oh wow. I was lured into a false sense of security because there was this huge rock wall, and I thought, oh yeah, I'm just gonna dig a hole and kill these guys. But nope, that's not gonna happen. I'm taking quite a bit of damage here, which I'm not a fan of. It turns out that I have enough skill in evocations to be able to constantly blink with this war axe. That's nice. And again, oh, okay, that's kind of my fault. I knew that was there, but it still feels bad. Um, I'm not gonna go for a third time. I'm just gonna dig upstairs, or I'm gonna dig up because I know that digging up actually works. Okay, so that was the reason why that Spriggan was so tanky. It had a buckler. Yeah, monsters with shields, even if they're bucklers, are so crazy strong. Okay, some nice lightning rod damage. I don't feel like lightning rod is something that I need to save for a special situation, fortunately. Okay, my strategy for dealing with this guy is gonna be vulnerability, and then charming, and then charming. Okay, and then I'm gonna run in the opposite direction. I'm gonna let it live its best life. Run around killing things until it stops being charmed. Oh, I think that was literally the last enemy. Hopefully it's still affected by. I don't think so. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe it would still be affected by the vulnerability, but I don't think it's gonna be the case. Slate ghosts are more scary than, or like are less scary than you would think. Okay, so it was the end of the vault, but or it is the end of the vault, but it was not the end of the enemies. I thought that it was divine. I didn't see that it was crystal. Yeah, the crystal one is significantly more scary than the other ones because it does that kind of thing. Yep. How many crystal spears was that? Jeez, that was so much damage. It was only 2 crystal spears, and it was 111 damage. I'm glad that I was at full HP, because otherwise that would have been pretty bad indeed. Amulet of Harm? Nope. Even though it has fire resistance, which I like, I don't think that I'm gonna be equipping that. Wait, we're done? Wow, look at... What is this level? This level barely had any upstairs going into the level properly, and it barely has any downstairs leading out of the level properly. I hate that the only downstairs lead me straight into a Caustic Strike Band. This is not gonna be fun. I think that I can deal with it. I'm just gonna read a teleport and then go downstairs. I get Grun. I immediately get Howled on. That's really bad. I get held on again. Okay, cancellation again, because otherwise we die. Gron is not the late game unique that I wanted to see. Let me tell you that right now. The Doomhounds hit pretty hard, but they're not as scary as Gron when it comes to damage output. It's pricey, but I'll get the haste. Howl again? From what? I cancelled the howl twice. Is it bugged? Those who survive have the small consolation of being inoculated against that particular Hound's Howl. Is it because I cancelled it? I think it may be because I cancelled it. Well, that's pretty bad. The dangerous part of the Howl is the TT Mime. That's the only really, really bad thing. The rest of the Howl monsters are nothing to worry about. Like as you can see, the Bone Dragon, I'm okay with it. The this thing, putrid mouth. If I get my asthma on, that would not be good. I'm gonna go downstairs. I wanted to wait out the howl, but yeah, I think it's just safer if I go downstairs now. Okay, that's the miasma. I'm no longer howled on, so I can just leave and leave those guys behind for now. Okay, pretty good natural kill or kill hole. Yeah, that was a kill hole for sure. A kill hole is a specific arena that you make where you can only see one monster. Okay. Yeah, the haste got me the confidence that I needed to be able to beat the Reaper. I don't know if I have enough HP to deal with the rest of these guys. Heal wounds and Circ. I don't want Circ. Okay, I'll do it. I'm gonna regret it immediately. Yeah, I'm running low on Circ because I have to walk 3 tiles. And now I'm slow. But I'm at decent HP. Most of the dudes that I was fighting against are dead, so yeah, who really cares? Drop below 10,000 gold. 3 caustic strikes. They're not poison resistant, did you know that? So I can use a scroll of poison. And I am not resistant to corrosion. Let's fix that. Okay, they're gonna eventually die. It's gonna take forever, but they're gonna eventually die. One of them, the one that I've been hitting, is almost dead. So I'm not gonna hit it anymore. And it's dead now. Wow, Scroll of Poison beats Caustic Strikes. Can you believe it? Such a strong consumable. Scroll of Enchant Weapon on the longbow. Not that it really matters, because it's not even my main weapon. I don't want anything from there. I still find it really funny that I didn't find the resistance rings until so late into the game. Like the first ring of cold resistance that I got was an artifact. I'm gonna get 15 dodging. Yeah, I don't want to get that much because I don't have that much dexterity. Only 24 won't get me very far when it comes to dexterity. Especially keeping in mind that I am wearing heavy armor. This depths trip has been kind of chaotic with how much going down and going up I have been doing. Luis should not banish me. 7%, it's fine. Luis is almost dead. I'll finish her off with Tin of Tremor Stones. She doesn't die, okay. Mind Burst, 63, sure. Yeah, I didn't want to try meleeing her because she has a tower shield. Monsters with tower shields are pretty much immune to getting tapped. Okay, now do I do the thing with the manifold assault? I'll do it. I'll do it. Whatever, I'll do it. Kind of late into the game to be getting a spell, but I'll do it. Mm. We are gonna be getting about 12 translocations and about 12 spellcasting. That should be enough to cast a level 4 spell in plate with 6 intelligence. Maybe I'm gonna have to get more of the skill to actually cast a spell. 5% chance to paralyze me, and it does. Very lucky from that guy. It was carrying an artifact. I want to see what it was. Ah, it was a Sling of Electrocution. Not terrible, but it's very late into the game for that to be mm, interesting to me. I would have loved it early on. Would have absolutely used it. What is this? I don't need that. I'll leave it there. I don't wanna walk into Gron. Gron's band is pretty spooky. I don't feel like I'm powerful enough to be able to deal with them, especially not in the open. And even less so if I have to deal with a bunch of other monsters at the same time. Um, hmm? That wasn't terrible. I did some pretty big damage to a lot of dudes. But Gron is absolutely destroying me. Look at that. Yep, that's crazy damage that I cannot deal with because I don't have resistance to getting drained. I'll come back when I can actually tank that. Okay, back to full HP. You're immune to poison, right? Yes, you are. Why is it being so difficult to kill this guy? You know, it's moments like these that make me miss a Scroll of Holy Word. Because a Scroll of Holy Word would work versus Gron. Jeez, like, yeah, I don't think I win. I don't think I win. Okay, okay. It's a shame because he's also really hurt. Um, that's fine. Gron throws a stone. The stone hits you but does no damage. I wonder if you can die to Gron throwing a stone. Because he hits pretty hard. Like, his base damage is pretty crazy. Um, so maybe you can from, like, just a normal stone. Okay, we killed Gron. The rest of those guys are not that scary. Maybe the Tango River is a bit scary. Got pretty drained. I am at 150 HP. Yeah, it's not purple drain. I had one occasion where I was purple drained, and you lose a lot of HP when you have purple drain. It's really bad. Hey, look at that. Um, a place that's obviously a trap. Yeah, that's what it is. It's obviously a trap. I should get out of here. The trick here is that once you step on a certain tile in like the middle of the vault, it stops being silenced, and all of these guys that are behind translucent walls break free. So you have to deal with all of those guys at the same time. And I don't think you even get a lot out of doing that bolt. So yeah, I might as well not. Oh, yeah, level generation today has been very questionable. Or specifically for depths, it has been very questionable. Unless it's like that now, and I just didn't know about it. That's also a possibility. You need at least 3 runes to enter this place. I have 1. I have 1 rune. I should really... Like, I think that the rune lock for Sot is an obsolete thing. A thing of the past that maybe should be done away with. That's just my opinion. I think the Putrid Mouth is gonna shoot its thing at me. I might as well prevent it by using a Scroll of Fogu. Because if a monster, like a monster cannot replace a tile of Fogu that you're standing on. Golden Dragon. This would be where I would be excited for potentially golden skills, but I am now aware that as a worshipper of Gozag, that's not a thing that's gonna happen. That's fine. I mean, I'm glad that that didn't kill me. File of Lots is presently inert. No cancellation. That's about right. But I think that if I walk away once, it's not going to catch up to me. But I'm slow. I'll use blinking. It's just the safest thing to do here. What's on the other side of these? Let's check before I commit any terrible mistakes. I have a couple of turns to heal myself a bit, just in case I find something on the other side. I should go get other runes. Alright, I'll get the snake rune just because it's gonna be the fastest one to get. Do you have a tower shield? Yes, you do. Okay. Whenever I find monsters here that I didn't kill, it's for a reason. So I'm just gonna assume that they have tower shields and check them. I think that the time to rebrand the Gladiator has come. Brand weapon, the Gladiator. We got Chaos. Nope. We get Flaming. Okay, that's pretty good. That's the reason why I didn't use my other scroll of brand weapon. I was anticipating something ridiculous like that happening. You usually get decent tower shield from Holy Pan. Yeah, Holy Pan is the land of the tower shield. Every Deva has tower shields, not only the ones that generate in Holy Pan. Every Deva. Menas is not a Deva, but he has tower shield every time. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Snake 4. That amount of monster spam would be really annoying to deal with if you were to try to get your first rune from there. What are we gonna be getting next? My third rune. Abyss? It could be Slime, but I think the Abyss is gonna be easier. Yeah, sure. Find a gateway leading out of the Abyss. Oh, deeper. Let's go deeper. Let's go deeper again. Okay, pretty fast. I don't want to go any deeper than 3. Yeah, going any deeper than 3 can be pretty bad. The smoke demons and their smite make it pretty difficult to heal when you're affected by sickness. Yeah, for a second my HP dropped quite a bit there. Plate of willpower, that's not very good. You know, this fire band is actually scary because I don't have a lot of fire resistance. Oof, that's a lot of Nasty monsters. The rune is not very far away from me. I don't need to risk it. It's not like I am in a rush or anything. I can just teleport away and try to get the rune later because I don't think I can deal with all of these guys. Specifically, the Profane Servitor would be difficult to deal with. The detected abyssal rune vanishes from your memory. That's fine. I'll detect it later. Okay, back to full HP. I was resting on top of the downstairs in case like something really ridiculous like a Hell Sentinel spawned next to me, which is a possibility. It's not something that happens very frequently, but it has happened to me before in the Abyss, so it can happen for sure. Doesn't help to be, or doesn't do any harm to be prepared against that. This little foray into the Abyss also gives me the ability to get a little bit of extra money for Gozag purposes. I really miss the version of the Abyss that we got for specifically. I think it was 0.28. Um, the one where the monsters in the abyss didn't give any experience, but you got two potions of experience from picking up the rune. That was really cool in my opinion. Um, when I first heard of that change, I was not so sure what to think about it, but the more I played with it, the more I started to really like it. So much, in fact, that I was starting to do the Abyss as rune number 3 pretty much every time. So I got the experience of doing Bolt 5 without the annoyance and potential deathly danger of doing Bolts 5. You don't get the loot of doing Bolts 5, but that's fine. Who really needs loot at that point? Do I miss the Labyrinth? Not really. Labyrinth. Yeah, I don't miss that one. I think gauntlets are one of my favorite introductions, or like one of my favorite additions to the game. Um, so yeah, I really like them much more than labyrinths. Okay, I know that I said no to a rune earlier, but I'm ready to get the rune now. This looks like Bolt 5. Is it the game telling me, hey, you should go to Bolt 5? Yeah, in case you don't know, the Abyss sometimes generates bolts from other places in the game. This is obviously a bolt from Bolt 5. I find this to be hilarious. It's literally Bolt 5. Okay. You plunge deeper into the Abyss, so we are deprived of the ability to continue exploring the great value Bolt 5 that the Abyss generated for me. Okay, I had found the rune and then I lost the rune. So far, so good. I have not gotten malmutated in the entirety of the game. Um, it hasn't really been the case for quite a while, but people used to complain quite heavily about the removal of resistance to mutation. Yeah, the amulet of resistance to mutation. Mutations are pretty awful, but they are so rare that you don't really have to. Like, it's not really that much of an issue. And they, like, monsters that malmutate you start to appear very late in the game, at which point you should have the means to actually deal with them without having to rely on mutation resistance. Mm. Yeah, whether it is very good damage or like consumables or stuff. Lots of monsters. You detect the abyssal rune. Oh, I'm very close to it. Okay, cool. Sometimes you detect it and you detect it very far away. Oh, come on. The game keeps making it difficult for me to get the rune. This is not a rune bolt. I know because now rune bolts are um, marked by a specific dungeon feature that lets you know. It's like a neon sign that says runes generate here. And this bolt doesn't have it, so I think that it is not a rune bolt. Ooh, I got paralyzed from chaos. Let's see what happens. Nothing happened. Uh, Paralyzed by you for 2 turns. That's about right. If you get paralyzed by a cloud of chaos, it is paralyzed by you. I detect the abyssal rune. Okay, kind of a bit of a traffic jam there. So where's the rune? I'm walking in its general direction. Is this crystal? Okay. It has to be an unseen horror. Okay, there's an exit. Hmm. Lots of stuff here. Um, yeah, I want haste. Haste and might would have been great. The game has offered me Cirque, but we don't want Cirque. Cirque is pretty dangerous right now, especially not being at full HP. I'll use Silence. I'll do it because that makes it so that the Lich cannot summon Hell Sentinels. And Hell Sentinels or and Liches could kill me easily. Am I still not malmutated? Pretty good. And there it is, the Rune of Sot, the Abyssal Rune of Sot. Give me that. I earned that. And yeah, those are the neon sites that I mentioned, the rune lights. When it is in Taos, you can see where the rune is. Can you see the rune in console when it is detected? You can, but you cannot see it in the normal. Like you need to use the mini map, or you need to use the map. I guess you would see it in the mini map in Taos. Okay, there was an exit over here. I generated it recently. There it is. Okay. Now that I have the rune, I can just get out. Pretty good. Alright, now I have 3 runes. Let's go do Sot. I don't have enough money for 1 bribe while still remaining above 10,000. But I suspect that I can probably get enough money for a bribe and remain above 10,000 in Sot. I also haven't gotten many Fold Assault. I have already been training for it, so let's just go ahead and do it. Blink, Manifold Assault, and Summon Forest. But I can only use 1 spell, so in order to not succumb to the temptation of using Blink, I'm gonna learn only Manifold Assault. And I'm gonna put it on the quiver. Okay, now I'm gonna go to Depths 4 to try it. I should also start thinking about fully enchanting the plate. Because after all, yeah, I'm not getting another an upgrade from the plate, I think. It's already a bit too late. Oh, Jody. Jody might be an issue. Jody is a very interesting unique. I think that some uniques have some sort of silver bullet that you can use against them, and then the unique becomes super easy to deal with, like Nicola and silencing. In general, silencing is pretty strong versus many uniques because uniques usually have really strong spells that most other monsters don't have. Um, Frederick and silencing is also another good one because even though he's supposed to be like a strong melee enemy, apart from having spells, Frederick pales in comparison to Jori. Jori, being a vampire, is immune to being waterlogged. You can still silence with a scroll of silence, but even if you silence with a scroll of silence, Jori is still really tanky, hits really hard, and heals with the bite. So yeah, I don't think that Jori has any weaknesses. That is not to say that he's invincible, but it's just that you're gonna have to win against Jori in an honest fight. I think that's pretty cool design for a super late game enemy. I wish there were more enemies like that. Mm, Gonna use Phantom Mirror here and Box of Beasts. Gonna need some help. The Crystal Spear hits you. Hopefully that's the only Crystal Spear that hits me. Okay, Jori is getting messed up. You destroy Jori. Was that really me or was it a team effort? It looked to me like a team effort. Yes. Yeah, I think that it was the result of my summons. I also got an Elder box of Beast. Look at the fire breath damage. It's crazy high. You don't see it in tiles. Let me hide console for a second so you can see it. 3 dice of 42. It's pretty insane. I just realized that the Hell Knight Island has, or like that there is a Hell Knight Island. Pretty much that's what I just realized. I bet that it is supposed to make allusion to the Hellion Island that you get to see in Pandemonium sometimes. Okay, this has been going pretty well. Maybe I should have gotten Manifold Assault earlier because I think that it's been doing pretty fine even with my 6 intelligence. Talking about that 6 intelligence, I could maybe take off the cloak, replace it with a Scarf of Resistance. That actually sounds really good. And then I gain back 4 intelligence at the cost of 9 strength and potentially quite a bit of damage. Maybe the spells are gonna be more difficult if I take that off. Uh, I don't think it has any property that punishes me for taking it off and putting it back on again. So I think it's gonna be fine to take it off to see if it's better, and then put it back on if it's not better. But yeah, if I was not constrained by the rules of the challenge, I would have done different things with this character for sure. Would have turned into a spellcaster. Okay, Scroll of Poison. I still don't have resistance to corrosion, but I don't have any potions. Resistance, please. Ooh, it's pricey. I'll do it. It's still getting messed up by these guys, but they're pretty hurt. I'm pretty hurt. Wow, 73. That's crazy because they were not dealing that much damage. 20, 28, and then 73. Oh boy, they're almost dead too, which is the worst part. That sucks. It would be great if there was like a potion of drink this and you won't die the turn you drink it. I'll drink a couple of those until these guys died. Um, but no such thing exists in Crawl. Thinking about how I want to do this. Because I think that the cleanest solution to my current predicament is to just use the scroll blinking. But if I do that, then I don't have it for Sot, and I might need it for Sot. On the other hand, staying here might just mean that I take 71 damage again, or whatever it was, and I die next turn. Because if it already happened once, it can absolutely happen again. So I think that I should just go for the safest option. Um, only for them to die immediately afterwards. That's what I was suspecting was going to happen. But, you know, if it didn't happen, I would have died and I would have been pretty sad. So might as well do it. How many magic mappings do I have? Enough to map the entirety of Sot, fortunately. I need to get out and do the thing that I said I was gonna do. Okay, 4% chance to miscast, 29% power. What about the damage in this thing? 45. I do lose some damage, but I think it's worth it. Having slow is pretty scary at this point in the game. Okay. Lost a little bit of armor class as well. It's not that much of an issue. Let's just enchant the plate. Only to find park hits. Now that I have spent my Scrolls of Enchant Armor, that's me telling the game that it's okay to spawn park hits. Let's see if it happens. I'm gonna do as much as I feel comfortable doing when it comes to Sot. If I feel like Sot is destroying me, I'm just gonna dive straight to Sot 5 and I'm gonna bribe it. Or I'm gonna try to clear as much of it and then I'm gonna bribe it. And yeah, this is not going great. The monk is lightly wounded. I never found Condenser Vein with this character. It's a bit of a shame. Would have liked to have that item. Curse though, kinda dangerous. Let me drink a potion of 3. Okay. Potion of 3 is a very big, important tool when it comes to dealing with those guys. Okay, I'll get 15 translocations. And then I'll get those. It shouldn't really like Sot has so much experience that I'm probably gonna be able to get those things that I set targets for. This has been a very curious character. Not that much of a fan of being constrained by limitations, but on the other hand, the game made it very palatable for me to be constrained by those limitations. What I mean is that it wasn't an ordeal. It wasn't painful to play with the limitations. Partially because I did get pretty lucky and I got some really good loot. That helped a lot. I can still die, however. The Draconians are killing me. Am I slow? Yeah, I'm slow. Oof. It's bad how fast I'm taking damage. I should not be doing so. If I survive, I'm gonna go straight down, but yeah, I am astonished at how fast I just take damage from things that I don't feel like I shouldn't be taking damage. So how did this happen? How did this come to happen? I think I was just fighting too many things at the same time because I didn't take a break since the tentacled monstrosity. It was a berserk tentacled monstrosity. I tanked it. It dealt like 50 damage, and then damage just kept accumulating and accumulating. Okay. It's impossible to teleport in Sod, or rather, it's not gonna happen. It takes forever. I don't have blinking, so pretty much the situation that I was fearing came to pass. I'm probably dead. Okay, didn't take a lot of damage here. I also don't have cancellation. Yeah, I ran out of cancellation earlier, so I cannot really remove the slow to haste again. Maybe I can charm the death cough because that's a thing that I have access to. It doesn't get charmed, but I also don't take any damage. It doesn't get charmed, but I took 2 damage. I'm gonna try to heal wounds and magic. Sure. I got red poison through poison resistance somehow. Things are getting confused because I'm a worshipper of Gozag, or they're getting distracted. That's pretty convenient. I kind of want to shaft or hatch myself downstairs, but it's probably not such a great idea. I don't have Scrolls of Fear. Something that I have noticed with this character is that I have like very little in the way of consumables. Or like really strong panic buttons with this character. Yeah, dangerous hatch with no way back up. I agree, and that's what's making me hesitate. Okay, Gozag healing has actually kept me in the game. I already healed quite a lot thanks to Gozag. And actually not getting destroyed, because I could have died the turn after the turn I took a lot of damage. That was definitely a thing that could have happened. If it happened once, it could have absolutely happened again. Okay, let's try to charm for the 3rd time this death cough. I succeed. Okay, finally I succeed. And now the death cough is gonna die because I succeeded. Yes, it's gone. Gonna use some charges of digging here. At least one. I could use another one, and that makes it. Yeah, I'm gonna use a second one. You know, it's in occasions like this that I really would like to have Vampiric. Vampiric would have made that so much easier. But yeah, I think it's not such or like not such a big deal of like Soti is impossible for this character, but more like I shouldn't take that kind of fight because I was fighting too many things. I should fight like 1 or 2 things at the same time at most. Nice natural kill hole, very convenient. It's not quite as much of a kill hole, but it served the purpose of one quite well there. Yeah, 13.4 translocations. I always get confused between transmutations and translocations. for some reason. Mm. Tiamat. Okay. I think I want the cloak because the cloak will give me a lot of armor class. Um, it will give me like 6 or 7 armor class. I think it's gonna be 6. Ooh, Tiamat has heavy glaive. I hadn't noticed. I wonder how hard that hits. 87 plus, I mean 87 with her weapon and tail slap for 45. That's pretty bad, you know. I guess the best way for me to deal with her is to copy her with Phantom Mirror. Let's try to charm the Death Cough before it slows me and kills me. I'm using Manifold Assault here to hopefully reduce the amount of Draconians that I have to deal with. Lots of green Draconian monks here. I'm gonna use Immolation. Okay. I kind of want to use Tin of Tremor Stones, but I don't think I can afford to have the Death Cough turn hostile. Getting slowed here would be really bad. I can always go upstairs, but still getting slowed would be awful. Um, let's see if I can get magic. No mag. Oh no, there's magic. Okay. Black Draconian Knight here. Tiamat is still not next to me. Where's Tiamat? Oh, no, no, no. Tiamat is able to hit me now. I am not going to do that. This guy has, unfortunately, a shield, so we need to figure out a way to hurt it. It also is a Black Draconian, so it is completely immune to electricity. It's not like most other monsters that are only resistant, including Draconians. Like, Draconians are only resistant to their stuff, but Black Draconians are immune to electricity. Um, it is immune to electricity. The games say so there for some reason. You know, this axe with Blink has been probably one of the most important things when it comes to keeping me alive. Um, yeah, I've been using the Blink ability of that a lot. In fact, I want to know exactly how much I've used it. I wonder if the bot is still active. It is not active, so I have to do it myself. Um, okay, so the dump says that I've used the blink ability of my axe. Ability evoke blink. I've used it 56 times in the entirety of this playthrough. That's quite a lot. Especially when we take into account that it is not something that I normally do. Specifically carry an item for the blinking property. But it is a pretty decent thing, I'm not gonna lie. Mm. Yeah, the character is still doing pretty well in melee, even though I took off a lot of strength. Vocable Blink is the most useful utility spell. It's not really a spell, but yeah, it is a really broken thing to have access to. I'm gonna read teleport because I don't like the Orb of Fire. I also don't like the mark. I don't even know how I got marked. Oh, the Quicksilver Dragon, remove my teleport. I should maybe get resistance. Mm, I hate Quicksilver Dragons. Reading Teleport for sure. Fortunately, these guys don't really deal that much damage to me. Or they haven't, at least. I'm not getting hit by a million things at the same time. Only getting hit by 2 or 3 things at the same time. So it was a survivable situation. Like, I was definitely able to survive for long enough to teleport. But yeah, the Quicksilver Dragon made things unnecessarily complicated. No, teleporting is already difficult enough. I don't need a guy interrupting my teleports. I don't think I've ever won a game with this specific title, by the way, the Warrior. So it's gonna be a new one for me if I do manage to win, which, with the way that I've been playing, yeah, I would be surprised. Mm. By the way, this is something that you may not be aware of, but take a look at how it says you're 95% out of the way to level 27. We're gonna get to 27, and the game's gonna say something different. All for obvious reasons, because you cannot level up anymore after you get to 27. But you might be surprised by the message that you get. That is something that you may not have ever seen before. Hmm. Do I not have acid? Oh, I do. It's just that I ran out of acid and then I picked up another wand. Oh, you're kinda killing me. Okay, you have reached level 27, the final one. I'm gonna get some strength here. And now the message that we get is, with the way you've been playing, I'm surprised you got this far. So, funny thing, the game will always say that to you, no matter how well you perceive you've done. Um, so yeah, more often than not, it doesn't apply to me, but this occasion I think it absolutely does. With the way that I've been playing, I'm surprised that I got that far as well. Cosplay challenge, you want to see a Latin talk where, yeah, I'm not gonna finish reading that. The cosplay challenge is that like you build a character like another character in Crawl. Like for example, this is supposed to be inspired by Joseph. It's a human gladiator where you're only supposed to use slings and stapes. But slings as a skill no longer exists, so I'm using a longbow. Well, or I was using a longbow before I got armor. Now that I got armor, I'm not using the longbow that much. I should probably exclude these now that I think about it. Mm, okay, that's fine. Oh, why do annihilators have blink? I guess it makes sense, but it just makes them so strong. I'm kind of concerned about the current situation, especially the fact that Tiamat is getting closer to me and I'm not at full HP. Yeah, I would like to get rid of the annihilators before dealing with Tiamat. Um, my cap on monsters that can make me explode from full HP is 1. Like, I will fight 1, but more than 1, not really interested. Extended when? Last time I did an extended run was in September. I'm not very interested in doing another one. Maybe during the tournament because I don't like doing extended. As it is right now, I'm not playing that much crawl nowadays. And extended was something that I didn't like already back when I was playing a lot of crawl. So yeah, maybe during the tournament, whenever that is. 0.20 or 0.30 hasn't really had a lot when it comes to updates, but the end of the development cycle should be getting closer. Um, Development cycles in crawl usually last between 6 and 7 months. So maybe by the end of February, there's going to be a crawl tournament. It still hasn't been announced, but it's usually around those dates. Oh, but it's not fun for me. And the most important thing in my stream is for the stream to be enjoyable for me. Because if it's enjoyable for me, I can make it enjoyable for the viewers. And usually when I go into extended, I'm like, okay, I want this to be done. Like it was fun and enjoyable for a while, but I'm kind of done. Um, that's what happened to me when I tried to do Mega Cigarette. I did 11 or 10. I think I did 10, and I was like, okay, that was not really that enjoyable beyond the third one or so. I'm kind of done, and I stopped doing it. Um, mm, mm, we are gonna be using Phantom Mirror here. Hopefully Tiamat can hit Tiamat pretty hard. I think I have to tank for Tiamat so that Tiamat can hit Tiamat. Oh, this is gonna hurt me. Yeah, I'm definitely anticipating just like the moment where I get hit for like 100 damage. Well, maybe not 100, but maybe 100. Maybe 100. She hits as hard as a Juggernaut, but she hits every turn, unlike a Juggernaut. Tiamat shimmers and vanishes. Oh, that's pretty scary. Let's not be next to Tiamat then, if there's nothing to support me. This is the only roguelike with a competition scene, but I'm not competitive in crawl. I've never been competitive because I'm not interested in competing in crawl. I would have to like. There's multiple ways to compete in crawl. To be completely fair, there's like turn count speed running and real time speed running. I've never been interested in those. Unfortunately, I was able to kill Tiamat, and now I have the dragon skin cloak. And why do I have weakness to fire? When did I get that? Maybe that's the reason that I am exploding. When did I get weakness to fire? That's so messed up. Like imagine being fighting an orb of fire and getting weakness to fire from to that orb of fire and then dying because of that. I don't think that I've never been a fan of that specific kind of mutation. It's a brand new addition to the game as a normal mutation, but yeah, pretty messed up that orbs of fire can give them to you. Fortunately, I have 10 potions of mutation, so I can just remove it. Mm. Okay, lots of dudes. Don't wanna fight all of that at the same time. Yeah, I was thinking if I needed to buff for these guys, but I don't think so. The ones that I'm most worried about are the Draconians and the Draconian Annihilators. They're really, really strong enemies. The ability to Crystal Spear is something that I don't want to have anything to do with. With this character, even though I have a ton of armor class, I still get hit by Crystal Spear pretty hard. I might want to Drink another potion of mutation. After all, I have 9. Let's drink one more. Shoutitis, clarity, that's fine. Am I interested in voice acting? It would be interesting. I've never done it. I wouldn't do it in English anyway. Um, I feel like the voice acting industry in English is kind of uh, there's something about it that is pretty repulsing to me. Um, because like you hear some dubbing in English of like anime and stuff, and like no one speaks like that in real life. So why are people making those voices? And why are people uh, approving or mandating those voices? Like why is there someone telling someone else to make that ridiculous voice that no one makes in real life? On the other hand, I would like to be, or I would be interested in voice acting for my native language, which is Spanish. The Latin American voice acting industry is like among the best of the world, if not just straight up the best of the world. Um, Everyone loves it. It's great. The only issue that I have with it is that sometimes they translate things too literally, but that's not really an issue with the voice acting industry. Too many dudes, too many Berserk dudes. I think everyone there was Berserk. Yeah, I still don't want to deal with so many Berserkers. By the way, something funny that you can do to these guys is just charm them. With 19 evocations, I had a pretty good chance of actually charming them. I'm gonna wait until you're no longer Berserk, or until you're no longer charmed, and then I'm just gonna tab you down. Not very difficult. Pretty good. Let's continue. The Annihilators are the absolute priority because of Crystal Spear. You know, for quite a while, when any Draconian color could get any employment, it was pretty messed up because it was very difficult to discern Draconian Annihilators from other kinds of Draconians. The Draconian Annihilators are the most dangerous ones, I think, followed maybe by the Scorchers. The Knights are also pretty bad because they're really tanky. But they're not as directly dangerous and damaging as the Annihilators are. When it comes to damage output, Annihilators are theoretically the most powerful and the most dangerous to the player. Okay, these Necromancers are draining me super hard. Not good at all. The purple ones are annoying with the Quicksilver bolts, but that's just the base Draconian type. If there were purple Draconian Annihilators, I think those would be the most dangerous ones overall. Fortunately, they're none, but yellow is probably the second most dangerous because the reduction of armor class from the corrosion synergizes very well with the rest of the things that those guys want to do, which is shoot crystal spears at you or crystal spear-like spells. Skin of Zor. Not the kind of thing that you want in SOT 3, but sure. Okay, some books. And yeah, once again, I wish that I had Holy Word. Holy Word would be excellent here. I wonder how I'm gonna do this. I think that I should maybe teleport. I think this is a Dread Leech. It may be a normal Leech, but I think it is a Dread Leech. It was a Dread Leech. I killed it and the Hell Sentinel went away. So fortunately there was only one Dread Leech because that's the one that was really dangerous. It summoning a Fiend would have made things very difficult for me. Just do a cigarette? No. This is not a character that does cigarettes. Absolutely not. Okay, I said that I was gonna read magic mapping in SOT, but I have constantly forgotten to do it because I almost never do it in SOT. Wizard Ike meta, if he's out of rest issues, he's just going to do a cigarette until he gets an item, then he goes to finish. Half the time he doesn't do all 27. But the thing is that this is a pure melee character. It has one spell. The spell, it is kinda okay for doing cigarettes, or it used to be before it got nerfed for the purposes of form spells. I don't deal enough damage to be able to do a cigarette, or to do like to get deep in a cigarette. I guess I can do like 10 or 12 floors, but I don't want to. I want to finish the character. I want to finish the challenge, and I want to be done with the stream for today. That's what I want to do. I don't want to stream for 9 to 10 hours like Wizard Ike tends to do. This is pretty bad. Once again, I got hit quite a lot by quite a lot of dudes. Okay, fortunately the Quicksilver Dragon didn't hit me with that, because I would have lost my buffs, and even though my buffs are not that critical, it would have been annoying regardless. I don't think I'm winning with 10,000 gold. It certainly doesn't seem very feasible now. The Orb of Fire flanking me is really scary. Wish I had resistance. Why was there a Bogart? Did someone read a scroll of summoning or something? I think that someone read a scroll summoning. Gotta be careful with that guy. I'm at very low HP. I can deal with it, but I need to use... Potion of Tree. By the way, I never knew that you could actually use Mind Burst on Death Coughs. Why are they not mindless? Like, if there's something that should be mindless, is Dreadful on Death Cough of Mace. Yeah, a Dreadful on Death Cough of Mace. This one was probably a mistake. We're sorry. The description for monsters in SOT are great. I especially like how some people that are like fantasy purists and want pretty much every game to use D&D lore. Some people just straight up hate it, and they say, "Oh yeah, like it's so goofy that it breaks the immersion." I'm like, bro, it's yeah, I find that so funny. I really like to read about that. Um, yeah, this is extremely bad. That's what I was expecting, anticipating. So now I'm at the range where the Orb of Fire kills me. Unfortunately, yeah, like everything is severely damaged right now, including me. Um, so yeah, this is a pretty bad position. I wish I had blinking. Oof, my lungs are starting to hurt from the long COVID, from speaking so much. Old school old bear vibe of like, yeah, the wizard just made death corn. No one knows why. Yeah, it kind of is like that. Definitely old bear moment. I'm gonna try to heal wounds here. Heal wounds and curing, that's great. I'm gonna try to blink. I got a really good blink that put me away from the orb of fire. Come on, you're not making it easy for me to win. I'm at risk of dying here because of the combination. Like these are two things that you never want to fight together. Um, these two things can kill you, and they actually have a pretty good chance of killing you, no matter how strong your character is, because the Orb of Fire hits like a truck, and the Curse Toe has Torment, and it's very difficult to kill unless you are able to cast this spell on dead or something. Right now, I could use Potion of Tree to turn myself into a tree, but that would nuke my fire resistance. I would lose it all, and then the Orb of Fire would kill me. So this is a really awkward position. Um, I got Frail. I'm gonna fix that. I want resistance. I want resistance. Heal wounds and curing. Sure. I ran out of acid as well. Okay, we got rid of the Orb of Fire. Okay, okay, we're fine. No, we're not fine. The golden dragon went around the corner. There's another one. I find that insulting. I'm gonna use a scroll foggle. Please block. Oh wow, I cannot believe it. Like sometimes a scroll foggle is extremely disappointing. Oh, this is horrendous. Am I going to die to this? Because if so, that's really lame. No healing here. 13 HP. Heal wounds, curing, haste and resistance. It's so pricey. Heal wounds, magic and curing. It's not as pricey. Do you attack in melee? You don't attack in melee, so you cannot directly kill me, I think. Um, wow, that was a nightmare. Yeah, and the best thing is that I did see it coming from the moment that the Cursto stepped on the screen. If I hadn't, I would have died there because I think that situation was like the kind of situation where one mistake would have killed me. Um, so fortunately, nothing bad happened, and I'm still playing. Yeah, I had no blinking. I don't have scrolls of blinking anymore, which is gonna make SOT 5 fun. Um, okay, let's drink mutation because I got frail and I don't want frail. That's perfectly fine. Okay, that's getting pretty old. That was pretty funny. How it was just blinking around left and right like crazy, and I wasn't able to catch up to it. Mm. You know, I said that I was gonna dive SOT, but I ended up not doing it. And SOT almost killed me a couple of times, but... oh yeah, we are not doing that. This looks like I should leave the level. This is what this looks like. Mm. This looks almost like SOT 5. I don't know if you've noticed. It looks almost like SOT 5, but it is obviously not SOT 5. It is um, a pretty cool bolt. That's what it is, a pretty cool bolt. Fortunately, only 2 of the 3 downstairs are in here, so I could reasonably leave. I need to teleport, but the Quicksilver Dragon is going to make it so that I can't do that. Let's try to get rid of that. Okay, Tin of Tremorstones disappointed me severely. We get rid of the Quicksilver Dragon. Okay, I didn't even wanna fight that. I just want to leave. Magic mapping. Enchant weapon. Fully enchanted longbow. Okay, so getting that plus string longbow was actually kind of a big deal because if I hadn't gotten it, wouldn't have been able to fully enchant it. Mm. So yeah, there goes my dream of having over 10,000 gold by the end. I could get it if I was to, for example, go do Bolts 5 or so, but yeah, I just want to finish the character and the stream. I have noticed that my I prefer for my characters to last exactly one stream, no more and no less. That's part of the reason why I don't do extended. I feel like extended is too much. I was gonna go down different stairs, but then I remembered. Oh, this guy's still Berserk after so long. I'm glad that I can spam these, so I can just wait out the Berserk. Okay, it's no longer Berserk. I'm gonna use Bright Branch here because it doesn't look like I'm gonna be getting to 10,000 gold. And anyway, the main reason to go Gozag, well, it's not the main reason to go Gozag, but it is one of the most powerful things that Gozag can do. Make it so that you don't have to deal with SOT 5 the honest way. You can just bribe branch and avoid the trouble. Get friendly dread leeches and stuff. They're gonna summon cacodemons, and then they're gonna destroy the ancient leeches that appear. Man, that ancient leech got absolutely destroyed. That was crazy. Mm. Oh, Mito. I don't think it's gonna torment. I don't think that it does anything that would harm you because you're an ally of the summoner. But fiends work in a funky way. They're not really like that. Um, anyway, something really cool about the Gozag bribes is that the dudes are not summons, so they fight off screen, which is a pretty convenient thing. On the other hand, something annoying is that sometimes there's infighting between pacified dudes and friendly dudes. Run out of bribe. I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, there it is. Like, sometimes there's infighting between pacified dudes and friendly dudes. It can be pretty annoying. I think the Red Leech died. Yeah, better stay away from that. Got marked. I have cancellation. Got marked again, but I don't really care at this point. Yeah, we're almost done here. Out of bribe for the second time. I'm gonna wait for my mana. Yeah. The Orb of Fire that I charmed, or the Orbs of Fire that I've charmed, are pretty much clearing everything for me. Except for other Orbs of Fire, unfortunately. I don't have resistance, so I'm gonna get that. Okay, I'm gonna get Might as well. I'm gonna use Attraction. Unfortunately, Orbs of Fire cannot do anything against Orbs of Fire, so In this occasion, my friendly Orb of Fire cannot do anything. I got teleportitis. I don't think that's gonna be an issue considering that we're pretty much done with the game, but pretty aggravating. Lots of very bad mutations. But I didn't lose any of the good ones, so who cares? I think we're done. I think that my friendly Orbs of Fire cleared everything. Something funny when it comes to Gozag and Orbs of Fire is that they do funny, weird shapes. They they're kind of like Tetris. If you get 4 like this, they play Tetris, and if you get close, they start fireballing you for some reason. It's very annoying. Yeah, I can displace them, and they do Tetris shapes. Well, I'm gonna leave them alone because they're not gonna stay away from each other. But they're also not gonna be able to harm themselves because they are immune to fire, and that's the only thing that they can do. Immune to fire and immune to magic, and they cannot do anything other than malmutate and do fire things. So let's pick this thing up and let's get out of here. Boy, that poor Blizzard demon. I kind of feel bad for it. How it spawned in line of sight of 2 orbs of fire. That feels so unfair for the poor Blizzard demon. I wouldn't feel bad for it if it had been an Ice Fiend, however. Minigame of Tetris shapes with orbs of fire. Yeah, pretty much. You unlock it by being a Gozag worshipper. TT me too. I wonder if I can kill it with Manifold. I wonder what's up with Manifold. I feel like Manifold attacks are very underwhelming. Like sometimes they just like miss like crazy, or do barely any damage. We're out of SOT. Being out of SOT is a big deal. 1% chance to sleep, big evasion, big damage. We can probably tap you down. Yeah, when it comes to dealing with panlords in SOT, or like on the way back up, you gotta know when you actually can or should fight them and when you shouldn't. I'll pick this up. Okay, another panlord. This one has all the armor class and blink close, so getting rid of it is gonna be annoying. I am going to re-teleport. I didn't even see how hard it hits. Doesn't hit that hard. Yeah, we can kind of just ignore it for a little bit and then go around. Executioners are some of the least dangerous things that can be summoned here. Are you fast? You're fast. I'm thinking if there's a way for me to distract this guy. There's probably a way. Yeah, Phantom Mirror and just hope for it to get distracted. It didn't get distracted. Am I just gonna have to win with this guy as my body? Like, are you gonna be my Ascension body? I suppose so. It's kind of an annoying Ascension body because sometimes it gets in my way. And it's not like I can kill it. It has 20 million armor class. Oh, sometimes it blinks away, so okay, I can leave him behind. Another one. Energy Bolt, someone... Oof, this one has some pretty bad stuff. It doesn't have evasion though, so I can use Tin of Tremorstones to greatly deal damage to it. And then it's just a couple of hits and it's dead. I like panlords because of their different, like, depending on what they have, it changes the way that you approach them, forces you to be very creative and adaptive to what they have. I like them. Mm. Anyway, that is it for the challenge. It took me one attempt. I didn't get 10,000 gold. I didn't get the golden rune, but I did only cast one spell in the entirety of the game. So yeah, that's not terrible. It took me almost 5 hours. It was not a terrible character. I kind of enjoyed it a bit. Um, yeah, but yeah, that thing that I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, I think that it doesn't sound like such a bad idea. You know, I will try to win every character or every species at least once this year. Except maybe for cat, because who wants to play a cat really? Like, if you want to see a cat, you can just go watch on Natical or whatever. There's people that legitimately enjoy cats. Incapable of doing such a thing. But I enjoy most other species. Yeah, almost any other species I will enjoy. Um, so yeah. It wasn't such a terrible character. It wasn't such an ordeal, but there were some moments where I felt like I was going to inevitably die. However, I'm very glad that it didn't come to happen. Let me get a little bit of extra armor class. That would have been useful earlier. Anyway, 5320 defenses with a +9 Lajatang of Flame. Let me inscribe this with youtube.com/@9settler. By the way, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube, consider doing that, please. Also, I guess you can support on Patreon if you really want to. It gives me a better share than Twitch, but if you feel like you want to use the emotes and that kind of thing, then Twitch is also fine. But if your main goal is to support me and you don't particularly care about the emotes, then you can consider contributing on Patreon. And I would appreciate it a lot if you chose to do so. By the way, Mr. Scott Free, thank you for the subscription again. It happened 4 hours ago, and Mr. Scott Free is probably not watching anymore, but I still appreciate the subscription. I will be back at a later date. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow. I don't know exactly when it's gonna be, but I'll be back and I will be playing, you know, things. Maybe not Crawl. I wanna finish XCOM. I haven't played XCOM because I wanna play the entirety of it on stream, so it is preserved for posterity. But I haven't played a lot of XCOM since last week. Anyway, let's just go ahead and win the game. I have escaped. I already have said all that there was to say about that character. Interesting. That in my first experience with the Crawl cosplay challenge went like this. I have been aware of the Crawl cosplay challenge for many years, but I never tried it. I think I got lucky with gear.